Can I invite Rachel to come by? And can I request each one of us to rise? And we have the anthems. Senior Associate Rachel, please come. Everybody, let's rise and have the anthems. That's why I'm here.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you for this day. We thank you for this time that you've set aside for us to have the East African Tax Breakfast. We pray that it will be fruitful. We pray that we shall all engage and learn from this, and we also pray that whoever is not here, you'll hasten their footsteps. We thank you so much for the organizers, for BDO, for SM and co-advocates that have been able to put this together. Thank you for our guests that have made it here today, and we pray that it will be as yielding as they expect it to be. In Jesus' name we've prayed. Amen.
Come again. So thank you very much. The Commissioner Legal and Board Affairs of the Uganda Revenue Authority, the Executive Director, Uganda Manufacturers Association, Dr. Ezra Muhumuza Rubanda, Senior Economist, Dr. Fred Muhumuza, the Managing Partner, SM & Co. Noah Mwesigwa, Senior Partner, SM & Co. Advocates, Alan Shinobi, SC, Managing Partner, BDO, Mr. Kenneth Makanga, SCCA, CPA, MBA. You know Kenneth is my friend, and every time he gets an accolade or a title, I need to recognize. Together with your senior leadership present, I see John Jett here. I want to recognize you. Our dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, good morning and welcome to the East African Breakfast under the theme, How Tax Rules are being rewritten. Good morning. Good morning. Can each one of you extend your right hand of friendship to your neighbor and tell them good morning and you're welcome. Make sure that it is all inclusive. Don't bias your greeting. I must say that through the weekend, I had a very interesting scenario, and I needed to share with you. Traveling up country, I took a bus, and I traveled on Thursday evening and I was supposed to be in a given community called Mbali by Friday morning. The last I remember was boarding the bus. The next thing I got to know, I was in the hospital. And the people that told me why I was in the hospital said I was drugged. The story is not for you to feel sorry for me. The story is to know that anything I say that is not correct, the drugs. But purely for me, I want to say everything correctly. So I want to thank you. And so for the first time, because I'm a bit shaky, my wife said that she will come with me, and please allow me recognize her for the peace of our home. My wife, please stand up. Yeah. So that is to ensure that we don't have domestic violence for the next 3-4 months when all is well. So back to the serious business. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a beautiful conversation about tax. I am sure that many of us are excited to talk about it, but if I was to ask by show of hands, if any of us was given the privilege to get their tax and take it to Uganda Revenue Authority by themselves, how many of us here would take it by themselves? Yeah, there are very few. Of course, those that work there would certainly take it, because how would they get salary anyway? So to start us officially, before we do anything, it's important that we recognize our hosts this morning. Can I request the team from BDO to stand up and we give them a big clap for hosting us this morning. Thank you very much, the team from BDO. Now, can I request our other hosts this morning, SM & Co, to also rise up and we give them a big clap. Yeah, thank you very much. You all know that tax matters have a legal connotation, but they also have an auditing connotation, and that's why it's important for us to have a discussion around this morning. To start us off, allow me invite Noah to come and welcome us, and after this, he should be able to invite the senior partner to give the opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming Noah to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to our very drugged MC. Hopefully you'll survive this morning. Mine are just very brief remarks to basically welcome you all today on behalf of SM & Co and BDO. Thank you for gracing this occasion. We've done this, now it's the second year, our partnership with BDO. We think it's something good. It's an opportunity to give back, to share without giving you an invoice. So relax, receive all the information that you'll get today, and afterwards feel free to speak with us, engage with us, mingle with us, and we can add or answer any other questions that we'll have. Mine is not meant to be a speech. I'm supposed to just ask and invite, as I've been told, our senior partner, Alan Shonobi, senior counsel, to come and make a few remarks, also in welcome, and welcome you, to be exact. But on my part, thank you again for gracing this. Thank you, BDO. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Shonobi, senior counsel.
Thank you very much, Noah. I'd like to welcome everyone here. As Noah said, our task is very short today, just to welcome you before we hear those words of wisdom. This is our second tax breakfast since we initiated this this breakfast and conference. And so it's good to see that we have very good attendance. And it's good to see that despite it being just the second time, we have a lot of people here. It's a habit we don't intend to break. So please prepare yourselves for next year as well, and each and every year thereafter for the next. When does the end? This regime? 2031. Okay. We operate on different calendars, but when you see the 12th Parliament ending, then you know that we probably need to renew and recycle. But thank you for coming, everyone. You're most welcome. BDO, thank you for partnering with us, and please continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Now, this one I already introduced. We already know the managing partner, BDO, who is a happy husband and a happy father. Please join me in welcoming the managing partner, Mr. Kenneth Makanga, to come and relay his remarks. That's not how you clap for a managing partner.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've been teasing the MC in the past that I wanted audit evidence that the wife exists, and I'm glad that you have delivered. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, once again. Welcome to the East Africa Tax Breakfast. As Noah and Dr. Shonobi has said, this is our second year of partnering with SM & Co. to really share with you this tax breakfast. And I do concur that I don't think we are going to stop anytime soon, barring the events in 2031. Because as you know, there are three certainties in life. We have the certainty of death, that one everybody will test. The certainty of change, that is a fact. If you don't believe, ask the many MPs who are not going back to the 12th Parliament. And the other certainty is tax. So with that certainty, we are sure we shall be here next year discussing tax, because tax is not going away anytime soon. But just to draw a little bit of attention why this forum is very important, when we partnered with SM & Company advocates, we came to realization that when it comes to tax matters, it cannot be seen in one discipline. You cannot put on one lens to dissect tax matters. It cannot be an accounting matter, neither can you reduce it to a legal dispute. You really need all the experts to dissect tax matters. And I'm proud that BDO and SM & Co. have brought the experts in this forum to be able to do justice to some of the changes that we know Parliament has introduced. Those bills are before the President. But as you'll see, in a theme that was carefully chosen, shifting ground, how tax rules are being written, it is more than just changes in the tax bills. It's a realization that tax matters are getting a bit complex. And why I'm saying that, if you look at Uganda's tax to GDP ratio, it is a known fact that it is the lowest within sub-Saharan Africa. And I want to credit URA. They are trying to do everything possible to make sure that statistic changes. Madam Commissioner, as a taxpayer, I'm telling you, we can feel you. So those changes that have been driven, some as a result of changes in laws, many as a result of the powerful data analytics that URA sits with, really have shaped how tax administration is being practiced. And I'm certain in today's panel, you will get to appreciate some of those changes and how they are shifting the tax rules. We also know very well that those pressures of changes are driven by the fact that government needs to mobilize revenue to be able to implement the so many nice programs that we know need to benefit many Ugandans. Unlike the MC when he said that many of us will not actually remit willingly to URA, I think the MC will benefit from today's discussion to know that Uganda operates a self-assessment regime. All of you here actually, you declare your own taxes, isn't it? So I want to tell you that there are many patriotic Ugandans in this room. They remit their own taxes. We declare our own information. And if you're like me, even if URA subjects that to the audit, usually there are no amendments to it. So as I conclude, I just wanted to emphasize that the purpose of this breakfast is to help you, our clients and our stakeholders, understand the changes in a very practical and understandable language so that you can prepare and organize yourself before the implications are felt in your financial records. So as we are going to explore these amendments and the discussions, my request would be the same as the request in the prior. Let us have an engaging discussion. There will be room for you to pose questions, to share insights. Please, let us have that active contribution that is always welcome in this forum. Once again, I want to recognize and thank SM and Company Advocates for accepting to walk this journey with us. And I want to thank you for accepting to come and attend this breakfast. We don't take it for granted. Many of you, when I look at your faces, your regular attendees, I'm certain it's not only the breakfast attracting you here. It's the subject that is going to be discussed. So this morning, as we are going to listen to our panelists and the discussants, I hope you will leave and appreciate some of the points that will be put across, but you'll practically prepare yourself on making sure that we support really our tax administrators on the quest they're on to make sure that the tax administration system in Uganda is not only fair, but is able to support the journey of development that our country needs. With those brief remarks, I want to welcome you once again to the 2026 East Africa Tax Breakfast. Thank you.
Please, once again, join me in appreciating the managing partner, BDO Kenneth. Before we proceed, I also want to recognize my very good friend who we started with at campus, who is now the CFO at NIC, Mr. Lubega Anthony. Sir, you're welcome. One of the things that Kenneth didn't add, the tax and the death, is that I picked a quote online that says that the best things in life are free. But sooner or later, government will find a way to tax them. So soon enough, I am sure that in our conversation today, those are some of the discussions that we are going to pick. And before we delve into our first discussion this morning, we're going to have an appreciation of the economic outlook. And this is going to be presented to us by a man with an experience of over 27 years in development policy, research, analysis, with a prior teaching career from Makerere University, Chambogo, and African Bible University. He has conducted institutional analysis, strategic planning, and capacity building. He has worked as an economic advisor to the Ministry of Finance, Planning, and Economic Development. Now, Dr. Fred, before you come to speak, I try to dig deep about who you are, because I keep telling people that many times on many occasions we want to compare ourselves with people who have made it. And this is what I picked online. They said that Dr. Fred Muhumuza is a Ugandan national with a PhD from the University of Manchester. Now, the closest that you and I relate is that you studied from Manchester, and I support Manchester United. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Fred Muhumuza to come and...
Thank you, MC. Good morning. That also puts me there. I do support Manchester United, partly because I studied in Manchester. There was nothing else to do. But for now, I want to allow the trophy that stays in Manchester to transition via Arsenal and then come back home. So it's coming home. The other one is a transition. Then a few things. MC, when I was coming in, you talked about drug. I just heard the word drug, and I was out there looking for a drug called caffeine in coffee, because I woke up at 3 a.m. to listen to whether Trump was going to bomb Iran. Because previously I had read and I had found out that Trump has no missiles left. So I was wondering whether I was going to use stones and slings. And the typical Trump woke up and said, I've been advised not to bomb Iran and I've decided to leave it. But that is noise to the economies. So as we do the Ugandan economic outlook, please think about Trump and his behaviors. My colleagues from Kenya, we are watching the demonstrations. The other day we wanted to be like Kenya, because for them when Trump and Hormuz was closed, they reduced VAT from 16 to 8% and said, I wish I was in Kenya. But now the Kenyans are demonstrating. Uganda's VAT is still at 18. We thought those at 18, those at 16 are going down. What are the people of 18 waiting for? But there we are. The outlook you are going to see is really just an outlook, right? We are not sure of many things that need to be held up. I was told if I point this thing towards the Iran or the US, it will move some slides. That is really the Ugandan economy, and the trend line is the red, and as you look at it, it's just hovering around 5. This is GDP on quarterly basis, and we have really taken about 10 years. So if there is any noise, like you see the depression there of COVID, the trend line sorts it out, if you know the long term. So we have been hovering around 5%, but I hear people saying we are going to be growing at 8, and I'm like, if I haven't done it in the last 10 years, the outlook can't take me to 8. I will still keep the 5 in my estimations. So that's really the key message you pick from that data. I picked a few things. This is sources of IMF, annual changes, what is real GDP doing with itself. Again, you can see the growth rate is just around 6. There was a 10 there, which I'm not sure what happened in there. Sometimes things do happen. The non-oil real GDP, I like tracking that because as people have talked of oil coming in 2012. At that point, I was advisor to the minister, and I said, Minister, let's not talk about oil. And we stopped talking about oil for a while. People have brought that conversation back, so I've decided to leave them with their conversation. Because oil is not just the production phase, it is also the commercial phase. So the thing you need to watch is the pipeline, not these pipes that are in Bulisa. Oil must make sense when it gets into the market. So when the first barrel hits Tanga, then we can begin a conversation on oil. The prices are good right now, but the pipes are still being laid. Maybe 80% have been laid. But sometimes it is the last mile that matters most. And where I am born, the pipeline is also passing through one of my villages, and the roads can't allow those semi-trailers to go where the pipeline is supposed to pass. So there's still some work to do. You want to do the non-oil real GDP. So my colleagues from URA, I saw oil is supposed to contribute 1.4 trillion to this budget. That may come to you. If it doesn't, which of course it will not, because you two are going to strive, tax is a function of the economy. Many times we harass URA. When the economy doesn't do well, they can't tax air. You can only tax the economy. And that's why I think we are beginning with the outlook here. So if that doesn't come, we are going to end up borrowing more. And borrowing distorts some savings and the investments. As you can see, some countries say growth will come from investment. Public investment is literally 30% of private sector investment. So whenever I hear Uganda saying Uganda will grow by this much out of public investments, I'm like, guys, it's about the private sector. It's not about government. Government is an enabler. You can do your roads, you can do your bridges. They are not doing a good job with the energy. And it is not a question of UEDCL or who is sitting in UEDCL. It's a financing and policy problem. Ladies and gentlemen, these are going to affect our outlook. And when we are discussing the outlook, we say energy is a key driver. What are the issues driving the energy? Ugandan manufacturers are allowed to use energy at 5 cents, US cents. But the cost of producing electricity is 9 to 10. So if you don't have a recoverable tariff, you are going to underfund the sector. And it cannot survive on government subsidies. It's too big a monster to rely on government subsidies. So we've got to have a conversation with Mr. Museveni to allow us at least apply a cost recovery tariff for purposes of sustainability. I don't want to inch into the conversation the private sector will bring to you, but one of them lost 7 billion, not because they needed a power line, an industrial park, but just because of power outages. 7 billion in profit, that means plus 30 times 30%, taxes lost. So these are conversations we should have because they affect the outlook. So savings, again, as you can see, public savings are literally nothing, and we know why. Things are happening. Public money knows how to go into the wrong places. I will not discuss the headlines that are out there. Private savings are too low for us to grow our economy beyond the trend line you have seen of around 5. I went into the IMF. They do a lot of surgery on us every year. This was the January report that went to their board. They said post-pandemic, as you have seen, was good. Performance was just as robust. 5% being robust for a Ugandan population that is growing at 2 million people per year is not good enough. Uganda must judge itself with double-digit inflation. Foreign exchange reserves, of course, those are good. We have quite a number of months. They're coming in from coffee, which is a good thing, a result of liberalization and privatization of that sector. Many people hate the structure adjustment program. It was about policies, and those policies have delivered. You would still be with UTL, and I don't know where I would be. UTL, I think they are still on 2G. But thank God there was liberalization and privatization. We are on 5G. And Elon Musk is coming to broadcast data from the clouds. That's going to change many, many other things as we come through those cycles. Gold exports have come, courtesy to Uganda's good economic environment and security. This gold is coming from all over. That's not the problem. The problem is coming through Uganda, and before it goes out, we pick a portion of it. We are yet to tax it. That's a conversation we're also going to have with president. We spent some 2 years with John Musingus and URA and the generals. Today I put on green. I'm a green. I'm in the mood of really supporting Mr. Museveni to overthrow his government, and he's doing a very good job on overthrowing his own government. For those of you who did political economy, you know the difference between the state and the government. 40 years ago, Mr. Museveni captured state power. That he still holds. But somewhere people are trying to take government away from him, and we need to get it back. And that is happening gradually. So the gold is here because of a good economic environment. We pick off something. When we work out with the numbers with URA, imports and exports, you net off, you remain with something which is really very, very a good thing to do. Government needs fiscal adjustment, is IMF advice, and a vigilant monetary policy. Not too excessive. Monetary policy in Uganda speaks to half of the coin. It speaks to price stability, and then the central bank also goes into financial sector stability. Monetary policy is about growth. So it should also be speaking to development and job creation. I hope that conversation will get to the central bank and we begin to talk about jobs as we set interest rates. Because now interest rates are purely set by the borrowers. Fiscal policy, not monetary policy, and we'll be seeing the effect of that. IMF, of course, again projecting GDP growth, the 2024-25, as we've seen, 6.3, inflation is stable, but sometimes you really want to manage inflation, not to say it is stable. Uganda is below the target, so time to reduce the central bank rate from 9.75, so that the other rates can also come down. But as I've said, even if you reduce it, as long as government is borrowing through bonds, we are not going to see that impact pass through to the private sector credit. And that's a challenge that we still have on how do we get money going to private sector credit from the government appetite of bonds. Maybe the events of the next year's budget will help us. The 84 trillion must be trimmed down, because I want to believe there is a lot of money that was put there by the outgoing parliament and whoever else is out there to influence their own other interests. So the outlook, IMF says macroeconomic conditions expected to remain favorable with a boost from oil production. I've already put a caveat on that, my personal caveat. I will own it. Otherwise, as I've said, it was expected to raise some money into the coming budget. In fact, I have no comment on that, but we'll be watching. Me and you stay awake. And when we do another third breakfast, thank you, SMO and the BDO, for this kind of conversations. I like conversations. So while public debt remains sustainable, that is from IMF, risks are from domestic financing. Now, it looks like IMF is only interested in the foreign debt, whose payments are sustainable because the reserves are good. Our problem is with the domestic financing, and we'll see that shortly. So there are risks payment capacity that arise from portfolio outflows. And ladies and gentlemen, this is why we did everything possible to amend on the floor of the Committee of Parliament, at least submit information, to deal with the sovereignty bill, which is now an act. It was going to affect our portfolio inflows and make outflows that were really going to be quite disastrous to the economy. I want to appreciate whoever was behind that for listening and making a lot of changes. The law that we have is not that much of a pain to the economy. It may be used against you, and that's why, as the lawyers say, don't say anything, because anything you say may be used against you. This law may be used against you for anything you say or do, but at least it's not going to harm the mass of the economy. I can assure you that safety is on. And yesterday I had a conversation with a journalist from France, and I told him, well, if the law is used, it will be used selectively on some individuals, but it is not a threat to the economy. And this message, I was sending it out there to the French, because their president has just been in the neighborhood, Dangote has been in the neighborhood, and they were worried on whether this will allow them not to do the outflow. I said, no, please continue doing the inflows. Stability should be there. So my conversation with them will be translated into French. I hope it will still be the right thing that we spoke in English. You know, the media may do something else. So if you see a drone following me, I will be the one following it in reverse. A downside scenario that the under significant external domestic shocks, there are quite a number that we are looking at. IMF says policy buffers may be affected, those are the reserves may be downgraded in the event of that. But of course, IMF is looking at a number of things. Now, domestic borrowing is where the bigger problem is as we do the economic outlook. And the rating agencies have kept us in B. Now, anytime you are in B, whether B minus, minus, B minus, B stable, B means non-investment grade. So Uganda is in non-investment grade category, and we need to get it into the investment grade. And these are some of the things the rating agencies put in. There were people saying we should set up our own rating agency. I say that's like setting up your own UNEB because you have failed to pass exams. Nobody will listen to you. Still go by the rating agencies, Fitch, Standard & Poor. That is where the global people read. They won't listen to what Africa puts up for itself. So of domestic refinancing, remember they have said Uganda's debt is sustainable. For accountants in the room, the moment you get into refinancing, you're doing debt restructuring. That means what? You're not sustainable. A refinancing of 13.97 trillion in the coming year, which is literally 14 trillion, domestic arrears, Auditor General puts them at 8.4 trillion, the latest report. Not very good, and we are providing less than 0.3 trillion to those areas. But those areas have a cost to the economy, as we will see. Massive outstanding debt owed to local businesses is a strain on the private sector. And this you are talking about, you're not talking about the weak private sector. By the time a private sector entity qualifies to supply government, those are the ones you would want to build your economy around. And these are the ones who are suffering, the banks are suffering. So that distortion needs to be resolved. We hope the money is being saved from the corrupt would directly be sent into settlement of domestic arrears. That would be my advice to anybody who is involved. Interest payment of 12.7 trillion in the coming budget is above 30%, and yet in the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility that we are ending, we had agreed that interest payment must never be beyond 12.5 of URA collections. Now, this is annoying citizens because they pay their taxes and the bulk of the tax goes into interest payment, so you don't get to see it in the very things where you would want to see your taxes and increase your compliance. So that's an issue we need to bring down. 40% of our 84 trillion is into debt service. Not a good idea for an economic outlook. So as we've said, IMF rightly prioritizes public finance management reforms. We must accommodate the frequent in-spending year requests. These are supplementaries. Remember, we passed a supplementary the other year of 8 trillion. And as Parliament was winding up, they passed another one of 1 trillion. Now, if you open it up, in there is money for AFCON, which literally was not going into AFCON, but we know people were parking in there monies to steal. So I want to believe the government budget for FY 26-27, if the current reforms take place, should be revisited line by line. There are lots of excesses that must go out. And we're going to do whatever we can to engage those with authorities and powers to make sure that budget is reduced, if only to save on the borrowing that we might face if we do not do that. So those supplementary requests are not good. They also distort the budget itself. As I've said, the IMF concerns very strong but limited, because they are saying risk to payment capacity arise from portfolio outflows. We have done that. Now, these are the expectations of the purchasers, Purchasing Managers Index. The trend is down for the last 12 months. If you put a trend line along there, you find it going down. There is a little bit of recovery towards the last February and March, but it is leveling off. When you ask those purchasing managers, what do you think about the economy, their outlook seems not to be trending upwards. The same was put to by Bank of Uganda. The other one was by Stanbic. Bank of Uganda also asked business tendency indicators. You can see during that last 12 months, it has also been trending down with a small spike between Feb and March. But then we are back on the downward trend. Interest rates, I keep looking at this and I saw some taxes now. By the way, the line up there of 18% for lending rate is for prime borrowers. And as I look at you, I can see about 7 prime borrowers here. Some of them are prime, but they don't borrow. They already have enough monies for themselves. The rest of us are borrowing at 30 to 40%. So, and we have wanted that figure to be generated by the central bank. Because the banks know what is in their books, we can take that average and put it out there. Otherwise, we live in a deception to say interest rates in Uganda are 18%. The reality is different. But look at the foreign exchange in Uganda, about 7%. Now, when I checked China last, they were downgrading their lending rate from 2.5 down to 2.4. Now, Uganda is at 7. And remember, they are Chinese products in this country. We are competing with China. Now, you're not even competing. Because if somebody is borrowing at 2 and you're borrowing at 8, then you're not competing. So what is your outlook? More imports and less of exports. Now, some Ugandans had been wise. They were beginning to borrow abroad. If you have misbehaved, there are a few court cases. People were saying a certain bank was not supposed to lend here, but you pick their money. It doesn't matter. Thank God for the judges. They have said, but did you take their money? Yes, fine, pay. Then we can say whether they are supposed to lend here or not. Because people were going out there, and that was tarnishing the Ugandan name and image. But people are trying to go out there and borrow at least at 3% to come and invest here. Now the tax person is saying, hey, interest earned on that one. I need some money. Rightly so, but we need to look at the economic implications of that as well. Enough Ugandans are going there because that to them is the only way out. The borrowing, as I said, you can see a few things here. The government securities, the light color is refinancing. In other words, we are borrowing to pay back. That does not look as debt sustainability to me. And the bad thing is because we have continued to say debt sustainability is on the 50%. No, it is in these numbers. If you're borrowing to pay back, you have a problem. And that problem must be addressed. And if you look through the last line where the numbers are 25, 26 to debt, and that was up to March, we had borrowed about 19 trillion, and of that, 12 was for financing other items, and refinancing was literally 30% of that. But earlier we had this. The red is refinancing of debt. And you can see for every time we were borrowing, the refinancing was bigger. Now, if my taxes are not serving the purpose and the borrowing is not serving the purpose, the outlook is not good, ladies and gentlemen. Because the outlook is about money and how you are managing your money or how your money is managing you. These are issues we need to sort out, but we are beginning to find a solution now that the state is acting. Because part of this money has been going into outright theft of public funds. Some thefts are hidden within a bad project. Somebody makes government do a project that shouldn't have done under those conditions. But because that is where they have hidden their money. All those bits of things need to be resolved, and I want to pray that we'll see some changes going forward. So we are going to have a conversation on debt, and that's how the debt has transpired. I always like this graph of mine. Government borrowing was literally not rising up there. And here you have domestic credit, the black line, which is going up. You have the net credit to government. That red line began to rise at around 2013. Government discovered that it can borrow domestically. It's sometimes a good thing. People say you don't have a lot of conditionalities, but with our governance structures, you don't want to encourage government to do that massive borrowing. And I always tell people it could have been a coincidence, but that's around the time Mr. Muhumza signed out from the ministry as an advisor to the minister. A lot of things happened after I left. This is not to say I was the one stopping government from borrowing, but there were conversations like this. So there was a whole table of people who would sit and say, should we borrow, should we not borrow, and would have a conversation. That table, I don't know what happened after I left, but you can see that is not a good thing because it is responsible for this. We didn't have this before at that period. And the economy was going well. We wanted to leave as much money to the private sector as possible. Because as I've said, that's the driver of this economy. We wanted to leave money with households. And part of what we are not doing is to allow household consumption to be up there. I would have been happy to have a payee threshold of 500,000, 500,000. 235 is still too low. I really, and I hope we'll get there to 500,000. Let those people just go and consume. They will pay us consumption taxes, but let them survive. And that will boost demand, that will boost investment. So tax policy is not just about raising the money, but also an economic management tool. Now, competitiveness, if you see that line going down, we are losing competitiveness. And we compete it by the real effective exchange rate. So the black line descending means over that period, we have been losing out external competitiveness. We're going to be importing more, and the things driving our external competitiveness are clear. The interest rates, as I've said, the exchange rate has become too strong for Uganda to keep its external competitiveness, and a few other things that are happening out there. Now, this is my macroeconomics class, and my students are going to be examined on those 4 lines that you see. The exam is this Friday. I told them, I leak my exams, by the way. You don't surprise students, because it's not about exams testing whether did you understand? So, the blue lines are talking to the monetary sector, and the black lines are talking to fiscal policy or the goods market. If you want to grow your economy, you literally want to move it from that horizontal line from Y0 to the farthest Y that you can go to. You can achieve that Y by moving along the interest rate of 0, the I0. So you move along that line from E to the E with the prime out there, which will involve literally holding interest rates at the same level, but shifting that line to the right. And that line, how can it be shifted? A few policy measures that I've put out there. One is remittances. These are autonomous. They are not generated within the Ugandan economy. So when they come in, they move your line out there. And thank God we have reached $2.5 billion of remittances. They are making a contribution. That is a good outlook for us. And we are looking forward to how we can shift it further. The policy measures of keeping people out there. The biggest are coming in from the US, the UK, UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Now you want to target those countries. We are yet to tap from Germany. We are yet to tap from France, partly because of language and culture. But even in the Middle East, we could earn more if we can begin to teach our young people Arabic and cultures of those individuals. More would go, more would be accepted, more would begin to earn better rewards. So for people who are saying we should teach each other Swahili, it's not economics, that is politics. Teach people Arabic, teach people French, teach people German. Then that line will even shift further because of remittances. We are on 2.5, some people are on 39 billion of remittances. Uganda still has a way to go. And this we can achieve in the 5-year period before 2031. So I want to see remittances at 10 billion, and those are the conditions. Is that, okay, I thought it was UEDCL, but this is Sheraton. Thank you, Sheraton, for qualifying to be in the president's speech. I like these things. This is part of liberalization. This is not a government facility. But they got it because of liberalization. There are people coming to government finance their hotels. Sheraton has proven you can get into the president's speech, not for an allocation of a public budget, but for excellence. If there is any person here, please pass on that manager to my friend, the manager here. I qualify for a free cup of coffee, which he always gives me. We are good friends. So the other thing that you do is net of the gold exports. So I want to see more of that, continuing. The grants, and now we hit a snag here. USAID closed. DGF, we closed it ourselves, and DFID closed. These conversations had a lot of politics to them. But the Democratic Governance Facility was bringing here quite enough money, almost the range of 600 billion. These are monies you need to move your economy. They are just injections here. You can manage the noise they come with. That is okay. But let the monies come. So now we have a shortfall of the American money, we have a shortfall of the British money that is coming in differently, and we need to replace those. The other is government transfers. So the PDM is fine, and the Myoga is fine. But the problem with this, they are coming out of government borrowing, which raises interest rates and affects the very system you are trying to do. The proposal here is for us to tax the high net worth. Then we can do the transfers. But also efficiency in these already inbuilt government programs that are of a social nature, UPE, USE, public PHC, primary health care, where the poor are spending a lot of their money because the government program is not effective. If UPE was literally UPE and USE was USE, households would be spending 20% of their income, which would go either into savings or go into other investments. So the thrust to make these governments work will also move that line without raising the interest rate. That's the key message out of here, and my students will have to argue this for me to give them the marks that they need. The other one that I want to be ending with is aligning tax policy to development. It should not just be about revenue. Tax policy is really a powerful economic tool that stimulates growth, redistributes wealth for social equity, controls inflation, influences public behavior. Of course, there are these sin taxes we put there. So revenue generation, economic stabilization, there are three others or two others. One of these is income redistribution and economic growth. We expect these to be coming out of tax policy, so that tax policy is not just sitting to make a conversation on revenue. And I have been doing this with my students of internship. I told them, you go out there and plot for me a correlation between GDP growth and tax to GDP. Ladies and gentlemen, numbers don't lie. As I've said, they can be used to lie, but they don't lie themselves. If you check GDP growth and tax to GDP, you have an inverse relationship. Literally, we are saying a 1% increase in tax reduces GDP growth by 0.1% in countries like ours. So a low tax to GDP is good for growth, where Uganda is. Until we improve how we use our taxes, I am not going to advocate for an increase in tax to GDP. Let's first clean up the way we use the taxes. Otherwise, you are better off leaving that money with the private sector, and they are the ones causing the growth. And that's why I'm saying I'm okay raising the pay threshold to 500,000. Leave those guys out there. I'm okay with lowering the corporate tax. Global trends are down to 15. We are still at 30. You will still get it. The economy will feel it, much as government would have lost it. And government is about running and managing the economy. So there's no problem if your child steals the sugar. Steal your child. It is within the household. The body of the child needed the sugar more than you thought. And that's why the child decided to use an ethical means to meet the body need. There is also the other part of, now here it becomes positive, but now here we are plotting GDP per capita tax to GDP. Now what is driving the other is the GDP per capita. That as your economy grows and people get higher incomes, then the tax to GDP can increase. And that's what we should realize first. First grow people's wealth, people's monies, then the tax to GDP will be a default. I think I need to be ending there with these kind of messages that we should be doing to realize tenfold growth. One, we should be rational and restructure the budget items to free resources and avoid undue borrowing. That's my first message I want to leave with us to get a better outlook. If you are depressed that I've had not a good one, that's what the numbers gave me. But a better one can come out of that. The other one is to get the prices right, create the correct incentives for private sector investment and for consumption to grow. Household consumption, final consumption is 70% of Uganda's GDP. So if you really want to grow this GDP, tackle the 70%, the elephant in the room. Not government, which is about 8% and is very wasteful of its resources. It takes 20% of the budget and only contributes 7% of the growth. You don't want to be putting your money there. So the reforms happening around the country, I'm really watching, and I hope they continue and extend themselves, but they should not reach me. I only have a few goats. Repurposing the public finances to the core initiatives to support growth and security. Security is fundamental in our space, We still live in an area of a volatile region. The ADF is still out there. And now, besides the ADF, Ebola has added itself to the subject. So ours is really human security coming from human enemies, but also from invisible enemies like viruses, drought, and climate change are on us. So when we say security here, we're not just talking about the security of the uniformed men, but security of person against many other ailments and threats that attack us. MC, you should be coming here so that I can leave at this point or the next point. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you think Dr. Fred deserves a bigger clap? I'm sure that you and I can agree that even if we gave him 3 hours of speaking about economics, we will enjoy and no one of us will doze. Dr. Fred, we want to thank you very much for making the economists in the room enjoy what they enjoy best, but also for the non-economists, like my friend CF Olwega. You picked him up from the ground to understanding what is happening at the different levels. But also, the moment you started speaking, one of my neighbors there had already alluded to the impact of the global shifts, what one single action by one president can cause in terms of the impact to the economy. You alluded to so many things. I like the fact that there are some bills that you wrote in your notes, but you didn't talk about them, which was very intelligent of you. It shows that you are knowledgeable about the existing environment, what to say, when, and how. And I'm very, very excited to see that. But also, you clearly alluded to the fact that household expenditure plays a critical role. And as much as we must look out for tax, but we need to also make sure that we empower households to be able to spend and also reduce on how much they're able to spend on key sectors like education and health. For the first time, I've listened to you quite a number of times. For the first time, I've understood that B-, B+ is not a blood type, but it's an investment grade. I've always argued that I'm B-, but now I know that the conversation goes beyond just a blood type to discussions to do with investment. So I want to thank you. Dr. Fred has shared with us the outlook in terms of the economy, in terms of Uganda, but also overall the impact at a regional level and what the global scale can also bring to us as an institution. Now, this has never happened. It's for the first time, and I want the camera crew to first pause recording. Rarely do we come to conferences to announce people who don't know how to park. First of all, the car is not yours. Then you park it locally. Then there is the one for poor driving report of this number. Now, if you are driving a car for Uganda electricity generation, and it is UBK, kindly go and handle yourself. I don't want to use the mic because your bosses may fire you. Some things are better said out of the microphone, but Sheraton requested me to make sure that I pass on that conversation. We've had the outlook of the economy, and now our next part of the discussion is one to do with the tax environment and the amendments. We have an able-bodied commissioner, the Commissioner Legal and Border Affairs at the Uganda Revenue Authority, And allow me tell you that Catherine is a dual qualified legal professional. Catherine, I read that, Googled, tried to understand, I don't know what that means. But Catherine is a dual qualified legal professional. She's an advocate in Uganda and a solicitor in England and Wales. Now, Catherine, you work here, then after you also work in... Anyway, let me just read your CV for... Because I think you are contributing to unemployment in one way or the other. And not only in Uganda, but also abroad. But that is who Catherine is. She has over 23 years of experience in the legal practice. What caught my eye is that previously she served as a senior legal counsel at the Parliament of Uganda, where she advised on key legislations to finance, and most importantly, fiscal expenditure. She left the Parliament, and you see what is happening. Please join me in inviting Commissioner Legal Board Affairs, Donovan Chokunda.
Thank you for the warm welcome. I will avoid the political talk. Good morning, everyone. I'll stand on the previous protocol. Distinguished CEOs, CFOs, accounting officers, tax directors, professional advisors, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. It is my distinguished pleasure to really be here. This is the second year, and I really did enjoy the last conversation last year, so I was quite excited when I was invited to join you for this 2026 East African Tax Breakfast. Allow me to begin by thanking sincerely SM&Co Advocates and BDO in Uganda for convening this really important annual event. It's critical for us as a country. It's a great conversation to have. And the time is quite critical for us in our nation, given that we do have the tax bills every year. I think you have, out of your own initiative, really contributed to something that is important and effective for all of us to have a discussion. It's one thing if URA was the one hosting and inviting you, but I think it makes a very big difference when it's other entities like yourselves really inviting us to have this conversation. So we really thank you and recognize you for that tremendous work. The engagements are instrumental in promoting mutual understanding and tax certainty, particularly at a moment when Uganda's tax landscape is really undergoing profound transformation. I think we all know globally, everything is shifting. That's the reality. And a lot of us are uncertain about what does that really mean for us as individuals, as a country, as businesses. So it's quite a pivotal time for all of us to have this conversation. I would like to also recognize each and every one of you. You are far more than taxpayers. You are the decision makers, advisors, and you guide the taxpayers towards voluntary compliance. You're the representatives and at times constructive challengers of the positions taken by the tax authority. In these capacities, you perform an essential public service by helping businesses navigate complex tax obligations. You strengthen compliance and promote accountability within the tax system. Your contribution to Uganda's tax architecture is both significant and indispensable. You are indeed the stakeholders and strategic partners that we have in building both a fair and efficient and sustainable revenue system. I would therefore really consider that all of you are actually development partners. The taxpayers you serve are not only your clients, they are also Uganda Revenue Authority's clients. They sit at the center of tax administration, and more fundamentally, they are at the heart of financing government expenditure. So your contribution is really twofold. You safeguard the legitimate interests of taxpayers, and you also secure the resources that sustain our country's development. It was very interesting when Doctor was talking about really the economics of our country, the outlook. I think it's very comforting for me as coming from URA to hear our legal firm confirm that actually we're all looking towards compliance. But it's also very important for us to hear from an economist that really looks at the landscape and can give us the perspective that this is quite critical for all of us. So really, we are in this together. The taxes we mobilize, they pay for the businesses that you lead, and they advise us towards the infrastructure that we can have, the security, the health and the education sectors, which, as Doctor indicated, really, these are, the economy is really suffering, I would say. I think all of you would acknowledge with me that the school fees is exorbitant. When they were introducing me, they talked about the fact that I was dual-qualified. I was for a good long time in the UK, where I was practicing as a solicitor. And what was very significant was when I moved back here, and then I had to start paying school fees. I'd not paid school fees. My children are teenagers, but I hadn't paid school fees. I didn't pay school fees in primary school, and I didn't pay school fees in secondary school. So I basically shifted to Uganda, to an economy where I started paying school fees. And I realized that for you to take your child, the local schools nearby were not schools you'd really want to take your child, which brings a lot into question. And there's an interesting story that the very first time we came to Uganda with my little child, 2-year-old, sat in the back of the car, kept exclaiming, "Stop it, Daddy." But she was sat quite behind, and my husband was driving. And she kept saying, "Stop it, Daddy." And we wondered what was going on with her, because she's quite a safe distance in the back. And clearly he's driving, and I'm in the passenger seat. And then it dawned on us that this child had never experienced the potholes of Uganda. She thought he was deliberately driving badly. And then the other thing that really struck me when I came back, it's very interesting when you've been elsewhere and you've experienced a different lifestyle to come back to your country and see the challenges. And it's quite heartbreaking. I needed to go to the hospital, and I realized, I didn't have the vehicle for whatever reason. So I asked for an Uber. This Uber arrived. It was clearly very different from the vehicle I was used to. And what was interesting is going through the potholes. We hit one of those potholes, got right into it, and the driver was maneuvering, had to reverse. And then my head hit the top of the car. And he turned around and said, "Are you okay?" And I was thinking, well, I probably am worse than when I entered this vehicle. And at that moment, it dawned on me, so what happens to the pregnant woman who cannot really order the Uber? So URA stands in a very interesting position where sometimes when we speak, because you feel the pressure and the pain, you'd almost do not really want to associate with URA per se. But we are all here because indeed we all want all of those things to shift. All of us passed some pothole, All of us pass some local school that would never want our child to study in, even though it's a school. All of us have know people that are in Mulago, and we can relate that if we actually badly needed to go to Mulago, we'd be very, very frightened and a bit worried. And that's why we're here. That's why we're having this conversation. The theme for this year's engagement is shifting ground, how tax rules are being rewritten. It's both timely and it's accurate. The choice of words is deliberate. For Uganda Revenue Authority, shifting ground is not a metaphor. It is the present reality of Uganda's tax system. When we speak of shifting ground, we refer to three simultaneous developments. The statutes have changed, the characterization has changed, the relationships have also changed. The statutes have changed in that we have new provisions introduced and old ones amended. The characterization is in the sense that transactions previously treated one way are now treated differently. And the relationships have changed between taxpayers and the authority, because you have new obligations, enforcement tools, and remedies. The tax amendments for the financial year 2026-2027 represent one of the most significant recalibrations of Uganda's revenue framework in recent years. These reforms come at a critical time when URA has been entrusted with the largest revenue target in its history of 40 trillion Ugandan shillings. Now, someone earlier indicated that you do feel URA. I'll tell you why. We still have a deficit of 10 trillion. I'm glad the Economist indicated the implications of if we do not bring this, if we still have a deficit by the end of the financial year, what that will automatically mean is more borrowing. So we all appreciate what that means for us. At the same time, Uganda seeks to increase the tax to GDP ratio from 13.6% to 20% by 2030. The Economist kind of indicated that that was nigh impossible. For us, we are very optimistic, and we are still hoping to do that, the impossible. And government is implementing the 10-fold growth strategy to expand the economy to US dollars 500 billion by 2040. And it's also preparing for the transformative opportunities associated with fast oil and gas production. It's true, we're still laying the pipework. I visited where the oil drilling is happening. It's quite a future to see, and it gives you hope if you go and visit the sites. It looks like something out of a desert landscape, because it's all this pipework and infrastructure that has come up on our landscape in the country of Uganda. And when the reality is that we only get to actualize the opportunities of that on actual production, it gives hope to a country like ours, because it's encouraging some investors. There are some not quite direct benefits, so to speak, but we are also seeing some revenue coming from this sector, even though they haven't started commercially producing. Against this backdrop, the amendments passed by Parliament are not merely legislative adjustments, but rather strategic instruments designed to strengthen both our domestic revenue mobilization, improve fairness, and modernize tax administration. For corporate leaders, this means the ground beneath us is moving, and how we advise, how we structure, and how we comply is very important. The recently passed tax amendments are structural, not incremental, which is very important for our current economy. For URA, the amendments operate two distinct logics, but pursue four broad objectives. That is, broadening the tax base, simplifying compliance, closing revenue leakages, and encouraging voluntary compliance. In essence, the reforms are designed to ensure that every taxpayer pays the right tax at the right time in the right amount. That's very critical given that currently we collect about 80% from 10% of taxpayers, and that needs to change. So some of the areas that have been taxed may seem a little bit concerning because of the informality and because of what they represent, but that is the reason behind it. The deliberate expansion of the tax base is the first logic of the tax amendment. It involves bringing into compliance economic activity that was previously untaxed, inconsistently taxed, or structured around gaps in outdated legislation. Uganda's tax base is historically very narrow, as I've indicated, and is focused largely on traditional businesses and rental income. This has left a lot of gap for sophisticated structuring, particularly in the current global environment. We all recognize that it's a global economy. It means that the companies that we have registered here are very, very well placed to create systems and structures that enable them to put the money elsewhere rather than in Uganda and yet gain the benefits. So with that sophisticated structuring, we have to really have policies and legislation that helps us to make sure that we get the benefits as the country of source. It's also a digital economy. There's mobile money, there's gaming, there's lotteries. And as such, it means there are new and emerging areas that need to be tapped into and well managed for us to get the benefits as a country. For instance, Section 133 of the Income Tax Act has been entirely substituted. There's a 10% withholding tax now imposed on commissions paid by telecommunications service providers for retail services, mobile network services, and mobile money services. Now, the mobile money agent and airtime reseller ecosystem is vast and largely informal. The amendment converts income that was theoretically taxable, but actually not being collected, into income tax at source. Part of the purposes are really for ease of administration. Importantly, the proposed amendment of Section 139 provides a credit mechanism to ensure resident individuals are not taxed twice on the same income. I think that's something we'd all be happy to note. Additionally, the tax base has been expanded using measures such as the public entertainers, the introduction of Section 135B, which specifies a 6% withholding tax on gross payments, brings musicians, comedians, presenters, and digital content creators firmly into the tax net. Cross-border debt instruments have also been indicated at an introduction of a 5% withholding tax on interest paid abroad on debentures issued by resident companies, thus closing the gaps on profit shifting loopholes. As I've indicated, the global network and the structures are quite something that we are alive to. The VAT registration threshold has also been raised from 150 million to 300 million, and that is really to ease compliance for smaller enterprises. Now, the second logic is even more fundamental. That's the redefining of compliance obligations. There's the transfer pricing, Section 115A, where the arm's length pricing is now primarily a compliance obligation, not merely an audit issue. So robust documentation, including benchmarking studies, agreements, and functional analysis are now really mandatory. Transfer pricing is one of those emerging tax areas which is quite sophisticated and needs a lot of scrutiny. There is also the royalty definition. So software payments are now explicitly classified as royalties, which aligns Uganda to the international standards. The payee threshold has increased to 4.2 million annually, which is really to deal with the restoration of fairness after years of inflation without that revision of that payee threshold. Agreeable, it would be better increased, but you have to balance. We still have a very small section of our collections as it is, and it's that delicate balance where you have to balance between how far can you go for where you are as an economy based on what you're collecting and what you hope to spend. Now, the other one is the tax waivers, which I have to be honest, as URA, we were not very keen on this one. Sections 47C and 47D of the Tax Procedure Code Act has provided a 12-month statutory window to clear legacy arrears with penalties and interest waived upon payment of principal by June 2027. As URA, we had hoped that this would end this year because it has been ongoing for quite a while. But at the same time, I guess it's also a recognition of where we are at as an economy, where things are at. I would encourage that people make use of that because somehow that came in, but it wasn't expected. And I'm not sure that that's something that will continue for very long. So I'd encourage everyone to use that. And then there's the Stamp Duty Amendment Act, which introduces monthly return obligations for financial service providers with 2% monthly interest for non-compliance. Now, what does this mean? For CEOs, for CFOs, the implications to your business and organizations is clear. Systems and processes must adapt through immediate updates. Compliance is no longer optional, but rather it's a strategic leadership responsibility. The changes reset the compliance baseline for any company operating with complex, particularly cross-border or group structures. Compliance is no longer reactive. It is continuous and strategic. We also recognize that some amendments, particularly increases in excise duties on fuel and plastics, cement, cooking oil, fat, and related products have generated considerable discussion and have been termed as burdensome. However, we need to remember where we are as a developing country. The tax policy has to be viewed holistically. It's a very delicate balance. Not only does it raise revenue, but it also shapes behavior. It influences investment, it supports industrial policy, and it advances environmental and health objectives, which are quite a global chat at the moment. It's a global discussion. To focus only on the burden is to miss the design. To focus only on the immediate pain is to miss the long-term gain. Unfortunately, just like someone said earlier, this tax is a certainty. And it's almost clear that in terms of the policies, a little bit no pain, no gain when you're coming from a developing country to a developed country. So we may feel the pinch in certain areas, but need to look at the big picture. Viewed through a broader lens, these changes are not merely revenue measures. They are policy signals intended to shape a more sustainable and competitive economy. Your responsibility is to anticipate them, adapt your organization accordingly, and ensure compliance frameworks are strong enough to meet both the letter and the spirit of the law. URA is aware that the legislative change must be accompanied with education and support, and as such, we've employed various channels that not only effectively transmit tax information to the public, but also educate taxpayers. one of the critical things we've been very keen to have is to try and create centers where people can come and discuss and get the advice. We have some way to go. I'll be the first to apologize for all of you who may have suffered at the hands of URA or some very, what's the word? I'm trying to use a political words. Some very insensitive person to your business and circumstances. But one of the key things when I was being invited to come over was really the fact that we wanted to create something different, a change. And coming from a very commercially centric environment, we're trying to create those changes and create a move towards really thinking we have to be partners. We have to develop together. There is no other way around it. So it's not the taxpayer versus the URA. It has to be, we are development partners and we are in it together. And it's our duty and responsibility to understand your business, understand and have the discussion so that we can all do something for our country. So there's nationwide stakeholder engagements, there are webinars, there are virtual training sessions, there are lots of media campaigns. We're trying all of that, and we welcome feedback where we're not doing too well. As I conclude, it's important to recognize that shifting ground is not necessarily destructive. It should be seen as laying firmer ground and stronger foundations for a more equitable, modern, and resilient tax system. The new ground emerging from these amendments is one where Uganda's tax system is clearer, more robust, and more demanding of professional rigor. On balance, it's a better system. It's one that requires higher standards of compliance, improved systems, and shared responsibility. Uganda Revenue Authority remains committed to continuing engagement, open dialogue, and partnership. And this isn't just a one-off conversation, but another decisive move towards deeper collaboration. So we invite you to join us as strategic partners in broadening the tax base, strengthening our compliance as we are all taxpayers, including me, and financing Uganda's sustainable national development and transformation agenda. May we all rise to the challenge to develop Uganda together. Thank you for God and my country.
It's not very easy to appreciate tax, but let's clap for Donovan again. Because no matter how far you are, you'll feel the pinch. So, but Donovan, we are happy that you're here, and thank you very much for sharing your message. When I was listening to you speak, I think that you delivered very well, and when this statement of 23 years of experience really speaks very correctly about who you are. Although I wonder if you're in the correct profession, because now I started to imagine that maybe after that, just like you left Parliament, I think now you should go and work for Qatar Airways and speak. We are flying these destinations. You will do a very good job. Because the people, you hear when you are speaking very well, but now the people they send for enforcement. I don't understand if we are developing the country together or it's now a thief issue. It's a rebel issue, so we need to sort it out. How I wish you were still the same people the same person that they send when it comes to enforcement. I'm sure that you will actually collect more than the people that come for enforcement. But the people that come for enforcement, anyway, do more recruitment around your enforcement department. And really, that was my thought process around when you were presenting. But thank you very much for giving us a highlight of the different people. Like I said, that every good thing that is free, you'll find a way. Digital content creators, entertainment, you are now in the bracket. VAT threshold has been increased to 300. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but you talked about the narrow tax base of 10%. I don't know, we'll have a separate conversation, but I wanted to understand, how was it when it was graduated tax? Was the tax base still narrow? Because graduated tax, then there everyone had to pay. We are now over 50 million Ugandans. How can it be narrow? Maybe we can rethink that model. Of course, now the cost of collecting would be the problem at that point. I agree with you. And for this, let's give Uganda Revenue Authority a big clap for the awareness drives. They've done their best. Although, when you talk about the awareness drives and you tell us to come and we develop Uganda with you, we are hearing you. You are similar to the spokesperson of Uganda Police, Mami Rusoke, who told us that we can sleep at the police station when we are stranded. How many Ugandans can attempt? Because by the time you get out, you may have a crime. So we are not very, very sure if we are at that level. Our relationship of developing Uganda for now can stay virtual. See us as we see you. We can't be close roommates when we are sharing the bed and you oversee our business. But we are happy to really have that discussion. We've heard from the economy perspective that was presented by Dr. Fred. We've now narrowed it down to why we are here on the tax matters, and specifically those that are affecting Uganda. But we also, the reason as to why it's called the East African, it's now going to give us the regional perspective, because we do not move in isolation. So the impact that affects Uganda means that for one reason or the other, Uganda is going to retard in some areas. And so we're going to bring in a panel that is going to really digest this discussion. But in our presence, allow me to recognize the presence of one of the persons that came from the farthest part of this region, all the way from Kenya, Miss Wangoi Karuga. Can I request you to stand up and we give you a big, big round of applause? Yeah, let's appreciate her. Yeah, she works with Mark and Partners from Kenya. She flew in specifically just to understand how we do things in Uganda. I like the way you people in Kenya do your things. Once you talk and they don't hear, the next part is clear. Here our policemen are tougher. Before we get annoyed, they are annoyed. So we can't move further. And so we are like that. Allow me also to appreciate the presence of the Executive Director of ASERECA, who has joined us here. ASERECA is into agricultural research. Let's appreciate the Executive Director of ASERECA. Thank you very much. Very interestingly, I have also been informed that we have the Chief Executive Officer of Live 54, but also doubles as the founder of Swangs Avenue, Mr. Julius Chaze. This one I'm interested in seeing. Yeah, we all need entertainment. We can clap better. Yeah, Mr. Chaze, you are here, first of all, as a taxpayer, and I know that you want to see how you can better play with your industry in terms of being compliant. My assignment to you is that Swangs Avenue has really, we agree that Swangs Avenue is now top, isn't it? Find a way to, Commissioner Donovan, Commissioner, I'm telling Mr. Chaze that when they go back to Swangs Avenue, find a way to sing a song that shows our pain. Don't just sit here and listen to matters about just tax. Find a way to sing a song that relates to the subject matter. Because Commissioner may not send back the message to Commissioner General, but the song will reach before she gets to office. Make sure you put Winnie Nwaji. I'll leave it at that. Commissioner, you talked about, before we move to our next panel, you talked about us getting my tea, but you talked about a person that felt that they are driving wrongly because of the potholes. It happened to me about a month ago. My cousin brother flies in here with the children. I put them in my car to drive them in Entebbe. You know that thing we say, I know my car. It was in the light. The children kept shouting in my ear, we have no gasoline, we have no gasoline. I stopped there and I called the father, pick your stubborn children who don't understand this economy. Ladies and gentlemen, we've talked a lot. Let's move to our next panel. And our next panel is going to delve on the tax amendments and the court decisions influencing these amendments. Shifting the ground, how tax rules are being rewritten. And I'm sure that borrowing from this title, it seems to me that there are some cases that were not in the law, and the tax experts argued and they won URA. Now this year, you said, let's put them in the law so that we can't fight with you anymore. That's my assumption. But I hope that the next panel is going to help us to delve deeper into this discussion. Allow me to invite a man with a very short name, Kule, to come, a tax associate to come, our moderator to lead our next panel. Kule, you're welcome. Kule, feel free to invite the rest of the team, and then you can take it away.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very short name indeed, 4 letters only. But here we are for the East African Tax Breakfast 2026. On my behalf, I do welcome you all. We are now getting into the gist of why we are here. Having heard from the tax collector, we are now going to hear from the practitioners, together with the tax collector, as to whether these amendments indeed represent revenue mobilization, a witch hunt, or whether indeed the rules are being rewritten. So my panel is going to comprise distinguished practitioners. I dare say their practice experience combined would enable me be in this country for more than I would love to. And the first on that line is Mr. John Jet Tusabe. John is the Director Tax and Regulatory Services, BDO in Uganda. You're welcome, sir. John will be joined by Mr. Ian Mutibwa. Ian is the partner in charge of tax at SM and Co Advocates, formerly Shonubi Msoke. It is SM and Co, not S&M. I thank you. Next to join them will be Miss Wangoi Karuga, our friend from Kenya, a partner in Mark and Partners Advocates. It is the East African Tax Breakfast. And last but not least, the panel will be joined by the Commissioner, Legal and Board Affairs, Ms. Catherine Donovan. So it is, the Gen Zs say it is giving the vibe of a tax appeals tribunal appearance, where you have URA as the respondent. The only time you find URA as the applicant or plaintiff is when they are looking for the 30%. But other than that, they are always on the other side. So gentlemen and ladies, just in a minute or two, please tell these people more about yourself, that which I might have left out. Thank you. We'll start with Mr. John Jett.
Mr. Kule, there's a lot you left out, but the most important, I think, that you didn't mention is that the reason why I'm called Jet is not because I can fly, but because I used to be a mini Jet Li when I was young. So don't joke with me.
Okay.
I'm not exactly sure how to follow that. I suppose, given that I spoke earlier and they introduced me, I may not say much, and I know that in this room, given whom I'm representing as the taxman, and given the fact that I'm here, and I don't know in what capacity, whether as a respondent or as an applicant, I am choosing to limit what I say in case it's used against me in this particular instance. But I'm most honored and privileged to be here and to join you in this conversation, and looking forward to the conversation we're having. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kule. I'll add what's most interesting about myself. As John Jet Li said, I love entertainment. So I dabble as entertainment partner at SM & Co. And I'm a resident DJ.
Okay.
It's quite high, and I am neither Jet Li. I don't work for KRA or URA. I'm not sure about my love for entertainment, but I think what cuts across here is Ian, Jet, myself, former colleagues from KPMG East Africa, and Madam Commissioner, I also worked and lived in the UK at some point. So there's a bit of similarity among us.
That's an interesting panel there for you to help us understand what is in the different amendments that have been passed by Parliament and pending presidential assent. So we'll kick right in, and we'll start with Ian. The Commissioner did mention a number of amendments, but then just help us unpack the key changes or the key amendments in the Tax Procedures Code Act, the Stamp Duty Act, and External Trade and Lotteries. Are there anything that these people should be aware of? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kule. I prefer to call him Roland, but I'll call him Mr. Kule today. First and foremost, we need to understand that most of the changes for this year are arising from decisions of court. So either the URA is amending the law because the court has said otherwise, or the URA is clarifying on the law because of certain aspects, or the law is changing towards the trends that are happening in the world and in case law specifically. So I will limit my discussion on important case decisions that have shaped the law or that have made the ground shift as it is. So I'll start off with the Tax Procedures Code Act, and this is where most of us should put the most emphasis. It has the most important amendment are the waivers. Now these waivers are very interesting. There are two waivers in the TPCA. The first one is that all taxes, penalties, and interest as at 30th June 2016 have been waived. So on your tax ledger, anything that happens 30th June 2016 going backwards should not be on. This is interesting because there's a famous case which the URA doesn't want to hear. It's called K-Files versus the URA, where they made amendments to tax ledger. And at that time, the law was when you pay a tax, you first apply it to principal, interest, they go backwards. So your tax will never go away. You pay, it never goes away. You pay, it never goes away. Yet there was a waiver of penalties and interest. So the ledger was rectified. But now they're coming to say that even that rectification creates more problems. So anything 2016 going backwards should be zero. Then moving forward, you can now discuss on the different waivers. That's one of them. The second one is they've extended the waiver period from 2026 30th June to 2027 30th June, which then means that any liability outstanding as at 30th June 2025, if you pay it before 30th June 2027, you should not have interest and penalties. Those two are different. One is waiving interest and penalties. The other is waiving everything before 2016. And that comes from a case where URA was not a victor. So that's in the Tax Procedures Code. And I'm picking out the most important that have been amended. On the stamp duty, the aspects of financial institutions accounting for stamp duty. It has been happening, but now it's been codified. And it comes again from a case that was argued by my good friend Echiba and Noah from BDO, EcoBank versus URA, where the URA wanted to tax EcoBank for stamp duty proceeds that they should have been filing. The tax appeals tribunal disagreed with the URA and said, no, this liability is on the person who is supposed to file the duty. You can agree on that, or it could be the client. Most times it's usually the customer. But now they're coming to codify and say that the financial institutions themselves should be filing stamp duty returns monthly with a 2% penalty per month for non-compliance. So the people in the financial institutions business need to understand that very well, that whereas the case said otherwise, the law has been now codified to make the liability on you. And if you don't do it, then you have that exposure. Maybe the other important aspect is on transfers of motor vehicles. Usually when you buy a car, transfer fees or stamp duty will be minimal. Now it's going to be 200,000 for the transfer or registration of motor vehicle, and then 50,000 for a motorbike or motorcycle when you're registering, moving forward, effective 1st July. So if you're planning to buy a car, buy it now so that you can pay little. After 1st July, it will be 200,000 of stamp duty. What's most exciting about the Stamp Duty Act is they have dropped the most controversial proposed amendment of increase of stamp duty on the transfer of assets or transfer of items. The proposal was to increase it from 1.5% to 3%, but that proposal was dropped by Parliament, and in the recently published Act, it had been completely dropped. So I think that's a good one for people who purchase and transfer items such as land. I'll move on to the gaming and lotteries. Gaming and lotteries, again, case law has shaped that particular space. There's a case of Fortuna which came in and left it hanging that we don't know what a winning is in a betting or gaming situation. Now, you could ask, what's the difference between betting and gaming? Betting are games of chance, you know, like how you do sports betting. You go and bet on a horse or a football team, that's a bet. A game is when you go to play blackjack in a casino, or the roulette or something in a casino. That's a game. So there's a bet and a game. So before, we didn't know what qualifies as a winning. So in the case of Masalina SMC, which was decided a couple of years ago, they said a winning in a gaming and betting situation is where the stakes are less the winning. So the difference between what you've won and what you've staked is what is taxable. Before, they would tax almost everything. They're saying, no. If I've staked 1,000 and I've won 5,000, the 4,000 is what's taxable. Okay? So the law has also come to align that particular instance, that the withholding tax payable on winnings of betting and gaming is going to be 15%. So 15% on that particular gain. And that is arriving from case law. One case says we don't understand what the whole, what's supposed to be taxable. The other case comes and says the tax actually relies on the winnings, and the law is being reshaped to align with those particular cases. The last one then comes in is external trade. External trade is basically on protection of domestic markets. So they're trying to say, don't import certain items because locally or domestically we're producing these particular items. And one of them is used clothing, or what we call mivumba. Everyone knows muvumba, right? The people in this room don't know mivumba. Okay, some of us know mivumba. So the importation of used clothing, there is a surcharge. It used to be 15%. Now it's going to go 30%. And the essence of that is to stop the importation of clothing, because Uganda is now starting to produce good jeans, good t-shirts, good shirts. So let's shop Uganda and build Uganda. And the last one is on the exclusion of importation of certain vaccines. I think they've introduced the head of ED of Asereka. They do agricultural research and probably livestock vaccines and things like that. So if you're manufacturing it here, it should not be imported. Those are the key changes in those particular 4 regulations, but more importantly, that the tax law or the arguments in the tax appeals or the High Court are now coming to reshape this particular legislation, sometimes or most times, to the better. Thank you, Mr. Kuli.
Thank you, Ian. Thank you for that highlight. It appears indeed URA is going out to expand the tax base, increasing stamp duty on border riders. I hope we have included these under URA's engagement with the various stakeholders. I don't know which circle you're going to meet, but we wish you good luck on that. Moving on to the other amendments, we have the Income Tax Act, Excise Duty, and the VAT Act. Jet Li. What should, I'm now trying to see if you're Ugandan or a Chinese or something like that. What should the ladies and gentlemen in this room take out from the amendments in these various acts?
Thank you, Kule. Quite a number of changes were made in these bills. But before I speak to what is key in income tax or VAT or excise duty, is that the changes we are talking about were passed by Parliament, but the President has not yet signed them into law. In other words, they only become law when the President signs. And there's a possibility that the President could say, Parliament, you passed this, go and relook at it, modify it. So please, if we tell you something here, and the President later changes, don't say, John Jett, what was he talking about?
Just on that, John, are you trying to tell these people that there is still room for lobbying?
I think the beauty is that the people in this room, by distance, you're very near State House here. So the people can just walk. Now, on income tax, there are very fundamental changes that were made, but I'll speak to one of the most important ones is the introduction of 5% withholding tax on borrowings from foreign financial institutions. Historically, for many years, because our borrowing costs locally are quite high, which Dr. Mhumuza talked about, business people, manufacturers, and entrepreneurs try to look for how to access funding that is more affordable. And that exemption from withholding tax meant that when you're paying the interest to this foreign bank or financial institution, you do not pay withholding tax. It was 0. Going forward, you're going to pay 5%. And usually, these foreign lenders, when they are doing their terms or agreements, which you have to adhere to, they tell you, if there is any tax in your jurisdiction, please, we don't want to know. Make sure you take care of it. What that means is it's going to be your cost, you the borrower, and you'd have to comply and pay to URA. So going forward, we see that businesses that source foreign borrowings are going to incur additional tax. However, the law still exempts certain borrowings from development financial institutions like the IFC, African Development Bank. Those projects, when you're paying those institutions, they'll still be exempted because they are listed as exempt entities under the Income Tax Act. So that introduction of 5% doesn't affect them. But generally, there are few projects that are funded by those institutions. So majority will be affected by this withholding tax. The other change that the Income Tax Amendment Bill introduces is investors in the hotel sector, hospitality. If you're going to invest in a huge hotel like Sheraton or bigger, where if the amounts, if you're a local investor, it is $5 million and $10 million if you're a foreign investor, then you're going to get an income tax exemption. So government is trying to encourage investments in the tourism sector. As to whether that is going to drive investments in these areas, that is a different question. Because when we are meeting the finance committee, we are telling them that this is a good proposal. The foreign investors, when you put $10 million as a threshold, it's okay, because they have access to a good pool of affordable capital. But when you put $5 million as a limit for local investors, that's too big. You'll hardly find local investors affording $5 million to put up such an investment to qualify. So, for some reason, Parliament decided that you Ugandans, you have money, you'll afford. So they did not reduce the threshold from $5 million. Because even the Finance Committee of Parliament had recommended to reduce it to $1.5 million. But on the floor of Parliament, they refused. And probably the judgment is that when they look at you guys, when they're driving around on weekends, on Fridays, they see you people on vibe. There's money, so you should afford. So our lifestyles probably are giving a wrong impression. Then the other fundamental aspect that members need to be aware of for income tax is the payee changes. The payee threshold was increased from 235,000 shillings to 335,000 shillings. That is an increase of about 100,000 shillings. So as a principle, that's commendable by government to recognize that inflation has eaten up the purchasing power of the earnings of Ugandans, and therefore there is need to increase the threshold. However, that increment, when you look at it, it is a drop in the ocean. Because when you look at when this threshold was last visited in 2012, I last checked the inflation up to March this year. From 2012 to March this year, inflation had gone up by 74%. So the expectation was that the minimum you should increase the threshold should be by 74%, which should be over 400,000 shillings, which Dr. Muhumuza, I think, put at 500,000. That would be a better and fair threshold to put. The amendment also maintained the 40% tax rate on amounts above 10 million shillings. At the point when the bill was introduced, some people thought that government is proposing to apply 40% on 10 million. No, it is only the amount above 10 million that will attract 40%. And that has been the case. And my point is 10 million in 2010, if you earned 10 million in 2012, you are considered to be a high income earner. Actually, you're in a middle class by definition at that time. And that's why government put 40% that for you, if you earn anything above 10 million, you're a high income earner and therefore should contribute more, which seemed reasonable. However, 10 million shillings in 2012 is not 10 million today in purchasing power terms. I did a calculation some time back, I think as of March, when you look at the inflation in 2012 and the inflation, the consumer price index as of March that was published by the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, 10 million of 2012 is worth over 17 million shillings as of March. Just looking at inflation only. That means that you cannot continue taxing somebody a 40% rate, and when they earn 12 million shillings, and you tax the extra 2 million at 40, and you're taking them to be high income earners based on the 2012 standard. So, and comparatively within the region, Uganda has the highest income tax rate. Our friends in Kenya, when they increased the top rate to 35%, there was chaos. And even their top threshold for the high amount is much higher. But it was interesting that in Kenya, government had to do a lot of explanation. This 35% actually, when you compare with Uganda, for you, you're still okay. So Uganda is making it difficult for our colleagues in the region. So we need, as a country, to revisit our taxation of employees. It's extremely not good for the well-being of Ugandans and also the economy. Like Dr. Muhumuza mentioned, that when households don't have purchasing power, you don't have an economy. You need to empower them to have money to spend, and they tax it. Then finally, on income tax, there were two changes that had been proposed by the Minister of Finance that stand out, that were rejected by Parliament. One was taxation of loss-making companies. There was a proposal that if you're making losses for 7 years, consecutive years, we shall not be interested in your profit. We shall tax you on the gross revenue, which was very dangerous. And we thank Parliament for having rejected that proposal. Can we clap for Parliament, guys? That's a good story coming from Parliament, guys. Then the other was, there was a proposal to tax non-business assets. Now, what that meant was, you as an individual, private citizen, if you sell your house, personal house, either to relocate or to pay for education or whatever cost you want to incur, or medical costs, or you sell your car. And I gave an example to the Finance Committee of Parliament that this amendment, if it's introduced, it would mean that if I sell my old television at home because I want to upgrade, because I've got an increment in salary, it means that I'm supposed to pay income tax. And Parliament agreed that no, this proposal is going to create many challenges. Let's shelve it, look for other ways of collecting revenue. And they rejected it. So members, do not, when this came out, it was a big issue. So please do not say that government is very bad, it has introduced this tax. It's not there. Then on VAT, the biggest change is around increase in the VAT threshold from 150 million shillings to 300 million Uganda shillings, VAT exclusive. So this is welcome because very many small businesses were being put in the VAT bracket and they were finding it hard to comply with the VAT compliance standards. Because with VAT, you're collecting money on behalf of government. It's not your money when you charge 18%. You're supposed to remit to URA. Now, if you're a small business, you need to have systems, you need to have discipline, that when this money comes, it's not yours. So small businesses, we are struggling, not just with the compliance systems, but also with the discipline, not to mix government money with their money. And that was becoming a problem, where URA was spending a lot of resources trying to enforce this law. So going forward, the threshold is going to be 300 million shillings, excluding VAT, meaning that only those people who are well organized and have capacity to organize their affairs to meet with the VAT compliance standard. So we think that that's very welcome. Then for people who have some good money to spend, whenever you spend money on anything which has VAT, going forward, the commissioner is here. She'll confirm how she's going to implement it. Going forward, when you spend in 30 consecutive months, rather days, 2 million shillings on vatable supplies where you have paid VAT, and you are not a VAT registered taxpayer, you'll be able to get a kasimo, a reward from URA, building Uganda together, of 5%. Can we clap for URA? So meaning that you'll be tracking your purchases. There are sometimes you're making huge purchases for your home, your families, your functions. If you buy from IFRIS people who give you IFRIS, and you meet that threshold, you can be able to collect a good amount of IFRIS receipts, and you get 5% of the VAT you have paid. So, sorry. Someone is whispering that URA cannot give you money without auditing you. And that might be a worry. But the good thing is the commissioner is here. She's going to clarify so that you don't have fears that when you come to get this refund of 5%, the Kasimo building Uganda together. Actually, I think that would be the best way of describing building Uganda together, where you've paid, they also pay you something back directly. So that is something that is quite welcome on the VAT front. On excise duty, in my view, is one of those taxes whose purpose has changed over time. Because excise duty is meant to be a tax to discourage consumption of certain goods and services that are not good for the society. But it is inevitable not to, in other words, prohibiting becomes more costly. For example, smoking or taking a lot of alcohol is bad, isn't it? We agree as a society. So we need to impose a tax. So the way excise duty has evolved is it has extended to things that are not good, are not bad for society. They are actually good. For example, cement. Why discourage construction? It's not bad for society. But excise duty on cement was increased. Then when it comes to excise duty on plastics, now for plastics, there's a good reason to put excise duty on plastics because of the need to protect the environment. However, for you to protect the environment, who is going to stay in the environment is the people. And the people need development. Because when you look at our ecosystem, all the manufactured products, almost all, except I think we see some nice water here, which is not in plastic. But almost all manufactured products, they are packaged in plastics. Now, the excise duty increase from 2.5% and $70, whichever is higher, you increase it to 25% or $1,500, whichever is higher. That is equivalent to a prohibition. In other words, you're saying, I prohibit this without saying it. Because economically, it becomes impossible to pay those kinds of taxes, and especially in the manufacturing sector. My friend, Dr. Ezra, is here. He will talk more about it later. He's more qualified than myself. But we are seeing excise duty being astronomical, and that is going to create challenges, which Dr. Ezra will talk about later. And there are many other increases in excise duty. Fuel increased by 200 shillings. And that means that as businesses, as organizations, we need to plan in our budgets for the next financial year increases in our costs. In other words, you need to plan to spend more, not only for your organizations or businesses, but for your homes as well. Because when they increase excise duty on fuel, transport goes up. When they increase excise duty on cooking oil, so members, when the ladies ask for more money on Kameza, do not say what is going on. Taxes, please. So that means that now we need to plan for either managing our budgets, how do we cut costs, or how do we increase our incomes to sustain the organizations we lead. I think I'll leave it at that. Mr. Kule.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for those very wonderful highlights about the various amendments. Quite an insightful discussion. I think your presentation raises questions that should merit a response from the Commissioner, Legal and Board Affairs, formerly an advisor to the Minister of Finance or Ministry of Finance. So, Commissioner, we just have a few about the refunds in the VAT Act, and then the exemption, the waiver. First of all, the outstanding tax as at 2016, and then principal, the penalties and interest up if the principal is paid by June 2027. That might not be a problem, but the problem is dealing with the outstanding tax as at 2016. How prepared is the ledger team to deal with this? Does the taxpayer need to do anything? Do we need to write letters? If I have a liability that is pending, should I sit and wait for the act to be signed? Thank you.
Thank you. Those are very critical questions in terms of once the President, His Excellency, has assented to the bills, I suppose really the next stage is really implementation. And the questions are really speaking to the administration, the administrative side of things, once the laws have been passed. Very useful indeed. I'll speak first to the refund system. Every year there is a budget allocation, which is specific to refunds. And actually URA is measured on making sure that it has done the refund. And there is so if we do not actually refund as required, we haven't really met, it's almost an obligation because that money has been allocated specifically for the refunds. So it does exist. I think one of the concerns was the fact of the auditing, which obviously as a government institution, there is indeed a need for processes and systems. But there's been some room made in terms of systems. Uganda being a developing country, naturally URA is equally learning and growing and changing as an institution. And I'm quite aware that recently there have been some changes to our systems and our internal processes, because unfortunately for us, we still have the beast of having to deal with how systems, a very well-intentioned system may end up being abused. Speaking specifically, we did at one time have a matter where we're dealing with a refund. We approved everything, and then it so happened that some people got wind of this refund thing going on, and then they made it an enterprise of sorts. Some business. So then we were not too clear on who was legit and who wasn't legit. And I guess really that's where the auditing comes in. It's not because somebody doesn't want to make the payments, but it's because some people are very clever and very ingenious in how they would then taint the process. So bear with us, but it's a very legitimate process. If it's provided in the law, we would definitely have to do the administrative side of things where we ease the processes. But the other thing that is really, really hopeful is that URA has invested significantly in the systems. We recognize that part of the challenges are in the manual systems, in data not speaking. So there's been significant investments in our IT and lots of projects. We previously had, in 2025, we had a structure that was approved. And one of the biggest investments was in our IT team. And we were actually operating at about 40% of what was required for an institution like URA. And we've done a lot of work in that regard. And part of that is really to ensure that the data speaks. You mentioned the idea of people actually making sure that they go in for those people that have operating on IFRIS. The idea is if we want to encourage people to move from the area where we can't really see the tax that you can impose on people, where you have manual systems, where you have hidden cash between hands. The only way is to attract people into the digital ecosystem. And to do that, the refund is a very meaningful process to get everyone to think about why is there a need for me to get an IFRIS invoice, an IFRIS receipt. And so the beauty about that is that all of that data will already be in the system. And in terms of the improved systems, it should be hoped that the data speaks to where this money has come from, and in a sense, you're not having to supply a lot of evidence for URA to be able to process that refund. So there is a specific section within URA that deals with refunds. It should operate, and I would encourage people not to think that it's another one of those things that we shouldn't implement. There is a budget allocated specifically for refunds. The process is only strenuous if there are question marks, because we want to make sure that the right people who are due for a refund actually receive that refund. Now, when it comes to the waivers, there's a very good intention behind that. I joined URA just over 2 years ago, and one of the interesting things, which I'm sure the people in this room will appreciate, all businesses have bad debts. Even banks have bad debts. Everybody does have bad debt at one point or another. It sounds very absurd, but for URA as an institution, there's never been a bad debt write-off or clear-up. That just hasn't happened for all the history of URA. And one of the things we have, which is falling under legal, my department, is we are trying to do the cleanup, because we have people we have a tax area portfolio. I'll speak for the one that's currently recognized within the legal department, is about over 4 trillion. Now, of that, a lot of it is actually potentially uncollectible, because people have died, businesses have gone bust, but the cleaning up hasn't really happened. Then, as you may very well be aware, because of systems developments with time, at certain points, there were issues with the ledgers. That is something we all recognize, where ledgers were changed or things corrected, and there was a system mishap somewhere. And so the ledgers were not quite accurate. And then historically, we also recognize that there are times when people have done those default assessments, and you look at them and absolutely makes no sense why, given the business. But whoever was assessing at the time thought that's the way to go. We've done a lot of improvements with issues like that, where because we are trying to review a lot of the assessments using the alternative dispute resolution, we are giving feedback to the assessors through this system, and we are questioning people. So now people know that before you impose a tax or simply put in some figures, you really need to question, because you might be asked, what was your basis? Could you explain? If we then have to review this matter and write off. Now, that check and balance has created some good systems and feedback loops to the people who were originally entering the information as assessors. So the key thing now we're moving towards is cleaning up our data. I am sure you saw at a certain point towards the end of last year, we got what we call the eTax2 system, which is because we have been on eTax1 system, which is historic and archaic and not really serving purpose, but we've been stuck with that for a very good while. So one of the things we are doing as URA is to try and make sure that under the project of eTax2, we only move clean data, because otherwise garbage in, garbage out. So we want to clean the data. And so the idea behind this 2016 date is really to give us some cutoff date, because given that URA as an institution has never written off any bad debts, you're looking at historics, you're looking at somebody who died, and of course, because these are government funds, once a tax is assessed, there's a very rigorous system through which you have to go and identify that this is actually non-collectible tax, because legally we don't have a mandate to otherwise remove the tax that has been assessed. So the idea behind this is really to help us clean up the system, because in most jurisdictions you will find that there's actually a cutoff date beyond which you shouldn't be moving. Now, we are balancing that with the sensitivity to the fact that we do know that our companies here mutate to avoid compliance. If I have a tax liability and I'm under companies Z and Co, I could run and tomorrow I would go and register another B and Co. And so just avoid the tax under Z and Co. So of course we have to do the entire cleaning up and avoid those loopholes in terms of people simply mutating so that they don't pay the tax liability. But where it's legitimate, where you find that actually the person died, there's a death. Well, now the issue is, we have problems with our records keeping systems. There may not be a death certificate, but if we've done everything in terms of enforcement and execution and have completely failed over a long period of time, then we have to understand and acknowledge that this may very well be a bad debt, and the cost of trying to make that recovery vis-a-vis what we are trying to recover is not tenable. So that is the whole logic behind the earlier data, to make sure that the information that we migrate to the eTax2 system is credible, and to ease it for everybody looking at their ledger to be able to see that actually it's a clean ledger. At the moment, we still have reports where people come back and say the ledger is not reflecting the correct position. And that's where we want to move to a place where we're up to date with our ledger system in every way. And the taxpayer is quite happy with the information in the ledger, and URA is equally comfortable that that is the right position in terms of tax. Now, with regards to the extension for paying principal and therefore getting the benefits of waiver of interest and penalties, that has been an incentive that has been going on for a few years now. And the idea is that ultimately you have a chance or an opportunity to pay the principal now and get a write-off of the rest of the liability in terms of penalties and interest. Because you find that for a number of people, if you say had a tax liability several years ago, that has accumulated significant interest. And sometimes it's really difficult for people to, the interest is in millions and millions. Whereas if you go back to what was the principal, it's a very small amount. The idea is that people can benefit, use that opportunity to say, let's pay now. One of the tax drives that we had last year, I went to offices of a taxpayer, and they had difficulty, cash flow problems, and clearly were struggling. And I did explain, yes, you do know that actually you can have a memorandum of understanding and pay in installments. But then the one thing that they found interesting in the conversation was when I explained that if you do manage to pay off by this date, you would actually pay only this amount of money. They had a very significant sum, and that in itself for them was kind of like a light bulb moment to think, oh, actually, that may eliminate my problem. Because obviously, the tax is a liability. When you owe tax, and you know you need to look for the money, but at the same time, you're running your business. So the idea is really to encourage people to pay rather than, as we all know, when businesses are organizing their cash flow, do you get the money to invest in your business and do all the other things before you pay the tax? There's always that, delicate balance between your cash flow and paying the tax. But this is to encourage people to pay the tax, because once you pay the principal, at least you don't have to pay the rest of the interest and the penalties. So that's the logic behind that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I do not know what we should pray for as taxpayers, that either is e-tax 3, so that we have another waiver up to 2025. But thank you for your insights. And then I'm quite intrigued that URA also faces the challenge of bad debts. Unfortunately, when we make the argument that the cost of recovery is high, the debt should be written off. URA says you didn't go to court, you must. But it would be appreciative if the same is reflected on the other side. Moving on would be checking with our neighbors in Kenya. Ms. Wangoi, Jet did say that you guys are tough. You have better taxes, you have better rates. Is that the position? How is the situation in Kenya? What is the proposal? What is the environment? Are we having any threatening taxes coming up for the colleagues in the House who do business across the border? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seated in this room this morning, it felt as if I was in Sheraton, Nairobi, because everything we've discussed, it's really from the economic macros to the proposed changes in the finance bill, they really just cut across the region. So it's very, very similar to Kenya. And I think you have, it's on a balance of a scale. So some taxes you're better, others we are better. I think what we saw in Kenya in 2024 and what has been the position now is that Kenyans they are aggressive. They'll go to the streets if they don't like anything. So the president and the parliamentarians are very woke to know that the economic and the political position can really change with very aggressive tax laws. So that being said, the position that we have seen in this year's finance bill, which is very interesting because we had two versions. So we had a white copy, which was there for like 3-4 days. And as practitioners, we know the green copy is the real finance bill. It's published in color green. So the green copy came out a few days later, and it had different proposals from what we saw in the white copy. So we don't know in between now, where public participation is just about to begin into the committee at Parliament, to the time that the finance bill will be sent by the President, for the effective date of 1st July for many of the proposals and 1st January 2027 for a few. We don't know what to expect. But again, because unlike Uganda, where you have just sworn in your Honorable President, in His Excellency, in Kenya, we are now getting into our campaign season. So our elections are August of next year. And the current parliament is very cautious to provide us with very good tax proposals and taxation and taxes, just so as to win the votes, sort of, to get the buy-in of people. So our finance bill this year has not been very aggressive. We have not seen very radical changes, but I think one of the many things that have cut across Uganda and Kenya, listening to the conversation this morning, just the fundamentals. For example, I think there's a running joke in Kenya that says the R in KRA does not stand for refund, it stands for revenue. So Jet, when you want the government to pay you back for spending, that doesn't happen in Kenya. So what we have seen the KRA do often is when matters are litigated and due to a contention in the law, and we take them to the highest court, the Supreme Court in Kenya, they will change the law. So when they have lost a couple of times, they go back and now change the law. So we have seen that, particularly around the issues for financial institutions, what we call interchange fee and card management fees. So that was a case that was decided by the Supreme Court of Kenya, to the extent that these payments to card companies and the interchange fee for banks are not subject to withholding tax, and neither are they subject to VAT. After a very protracted, long litigation. So in the finance bill this year, we have seen that there's a proposal to now characterize those payments as management fee and professional fees, which will make them subject to 20% withholding tax to non-resident and 5% withholding tax to resident. Another very similar position is around winnings, what Ian discussed. So for betting and gamings, again, this is something that has really been litigated, because previously our laws would subject even the amount wagered, the stake into the bet as part of your winnings. And it was subject to withholding tax at 20. I see here in Uganda it is 15. So again, KRA having lost a couple of times in that manner, again, the finance bill has been amended this year to propose that winnings, of course, should exclude the amount wagered, but withholding tax has been reintroduced at 20%. So the betting gaming industry is one of the very, very highly taxed industries in Kenya. I think their taxes are upward of 56. From excise duty at 20 to withholding tax at 20. They have a gaming tax on the top line turnover. So that's one of the areas we have seen a bit of similarity. I think waivers are a big thing, and they're a good thing as well. I love the angle that the commissioner has taken, that the government should also appreciate that they have bad debts. I think in Kenya they do not like to appreciate that they actually have bad debts. And even this cleaning up of legacy systems, it is a consistent pattern in Kenya. We've had those in the past, but unlike, I think you are aware where your waivers date way back to 2016, ours are very politically driven. So we had one in 2020 that had a sunset date of 2023, and when it lapsed, the entire waiver provisions in the law were repealed. So as it stands now in Kenya, you cannot have a bad debt. The commissioner cannot have a bad debt because the powers to waive penalties and interests were completely repealed in all the tax laws. So as a business, you have to keep fighting to sustain your business and to still pay the taxes and the accrued penalties, if at all. But this year we have seen an interesting proposal in the bill, also in Kenya, to introduce a waiver provision, but it's very short-lived. It relates to liabilities up to December of last year, 2025, to the extent that the principal tax is paid by 31st December of 2026. So we really just have a 6 months window from when the Finance Act will come to operation, which is 1st July, to 31st December for businesses to be able to pay principal taxes. I guess the economic realities are just dire everywhere right now, and businesses are trying to keep afloat. So the 6 months period is quite short for businesses to raise their principal taxes. But I guess it's a welcome move, because for the last 3 years, we have not had a waiver provision at all in our laws. So that's a very a big move from the government. I think as to VAT and personal income taxes, what we've seen is, here in Uganda we have IFRIS. So in Kenya we have eTIMS, Electronic Tax Invoice Management System. And it's one of the mechanisms that the Revenue Authority has really used to seal all the loopholes of tax leakages, and also to increase voluntary compliance and, to a sense, really mandatory compliance. We don't have a threshold for what goods are subject to eTIMS. We don't have a threshold of whether you are VAT registered or not. You should be subject or otherwise to eTIMS. So eTIMS applies to all businesses. So may be a roadside kiosk, a big corporation, an educational institution. You're supposed to issue proper tax invoices to parents, for example, hospitals, insurance companies. So all businesses are supposed to run on the eTIMS platform. And so for VAT, I see your threshold has now been increased to 300 million, which that roughly translates to around 10 million Kenya shillings. Our VAT threshold is still at 5 million, which we have always said it's quite low. We would like it to get to 10 million like Uganda. And I think the painful part is the finance bill of this year proposes that even for businesses that are not VAT registered, so those ones that are operating under the 5 million threshold, you need to be on eTIMS. And of course, how eTIMS has been really implemented in Kenya is, for every purchase you make, you need to have an eTIMS receipt. And how now you'll be cornered as a business is, without an eTIMS receipt, you can't claim that expense as a deductible expense for corporate income tax. So you spend whatever sums of money to buy anything in a business. If it's not supported by an eTIMS receipt, that expense is as good as it didn't happen. So it's, of course, increasing your top line, which is taxable by KRA. So that is around eTIMS. And what now KRA has said, what KRA is implementing around data and also enhanced compliance through data integration and system integration is previously and currently, as it should be, we operate a self-assessment regime like Uganda. You compute your own taxes and you declare. But KRA has moved ahead of us where they now pre-populate our returns. So remember, the eTIMS invoices or eTIMS consumptions are transmitted to KRA real time. So if I procure anything as a business today, if I log on to my iTax tomorrow, it will show me my purchases that I have incurred. And the other person, it will show their sales that they have sold to me. So at the end of the year, which is now where we are heading as a country, because we file our returns by 30th of June, the Revenue Authority has already pre-populated our returns. So you go log on to iTax and you find your revenue has been already pre-filled for you, your expenses pre-filled for you. Well, it's dangerous because you really need to verify everything that you want to submit, but KRA is saying we want transparency. We have already seen these transactions in the course of the year. So let us just present them for you, and it will curb, tax evasion. So once that is done and we file our returns, KRA has also put in a mechanism around validation of expenses. So they've told us for expenses that are not on eTIMS in this financial year, KRA will carry out an exercise to validate all the other non-eTIMS expenses which you have claimed. So we see a lot of policies towards tax administration, and this is really data-driven by KRA with a bid of expanding the tax base, sealing tax leakages and loopholes.
Thank you, Winnie. Thank you for that. Our time is indeed fast spent. We have another panel that will be coming on, but to the comfort of all in the room, we have a publication that breaks down the analysis of the different amendments and their implications that will be populated soon. Allow me please conclude this panel discussion. All of us on the panel will be, in a minute, we'll be giving our parting shots, looking at what you think should have been done better in the amendment. I should assume the commissioner will want to think about what should have been taxed more. That's okay. So we'll start with Jet. Your parting shots, please, in a minute.
For me, what should have been done better is the pain that businesses and organizations are facing when they make applications to the Tax Appeals Tribunal. The 30%, it's becoming a big pain, and our expectation or proposal is to reform the 30% rule to recognize alternative means of payment like bank guarantees or insurance bonds, and recognize that 30% sometimes is too much. If I'm contesting 100 billion, it means that 30% you want 30 billion. Where is that cash flow going to come from quickly? So that means that we need to recognize that sometimes we need to give special consideration to special circumstances, and there's need to reform the Tax Appeals Tribunal. And our prayer is the Commissioner and URA is going to be with us in this journey, building Uganda together.
Thank you. Thank you. Removing the 30%. Okay. Over to you, Ms. Donovan.
I feel inclined to speak to that 30% rather than make my remarks on what could have been done better. There are some proposals that URA felt could have helped us more, but given that my audience, I don't know that you'd want to hear a lot of those proposals in terms of tax systems, because they were more looking at revenue collection. So I'm not going to comment on that. I'll comment instead on the 30%, because I think that's one of those topics. I don't think I've ever gone to any audience where they haven't raised the issue. I suppose really this gets us to that. I posed an issue of, no pain, no gain, right? The question that we always have as URA is, if tax is a creature of statute and it's really on profits, and a person cannot pay the 30%, it means even when you win the case, it's pointless really, because potentially they could not pay in the first instance, and maybe the reason they're going to the Tax Appeals Tribunal is to just avoid payment. Now, that's the taxman's perspective, and it's partly based on the fact that we know we are dealing with a largely non-tax compliant economy, but also because even when the cases are won, these days, people run and get a stay of execution. So even when we win at the Tax Appeals Tribunal, people still find ways not to pay. The challenge you have is that then that business has this continuing liability that's never paid. So I think it's very important for this audience to know that as a matter of fact, there are instances where as legal we get requests based on financial hardships, based on the realities of the business, and companies have presented evidence. Now that is more the exception and should be exceptional circumstances, and we've looked at those. And what we do internally, which is not really shouted about, but what we do is then we look at the evidence that they provide, and we decide to really give that matter priority in terms of reviewing and seeing, was this is this tax due? Because our business as URA is really, we're not here to close businesses. If the business closes, there is no point, because we won't be able to collect taxes the following year. And it's a very delicate balance. So whilst the 30% is something that is constantly discussed, in reality, I do receive a number of applications where they actually ask for consideration, and we prioritize. Administratively, that is done. What we don't want to encourage is a complete non-payment, because if they do not pay the 30% and you win the case, the chances are that business will still not be able to pay the tax in any event. And time will have lapsed, and the situation will only be harder because there's penalties and interest that is accruing at that time. So it's in a sense to help this business to just pay the 30% now, because in any event, if on the other hand we lose the case, you can't get a refund, which we process. And so it's just to help in that regard, but also it speaks to the success rate, because yes, there are some cases where indeed the taxpayer wins, and rightly so, fair and square, it will help. But then we have a percentage of the trackings around 90, sometimes reaching 90% success rate of cases won at the tribunal. So in that regard, you're thinking now, if these 90% are not paying the 30%, what happens? And also, can you imagine that if we are saying we are building Uganda together, where is that building Uganda together? How is it going to happen if everybody is running to the, to the courts, which we know are all suffering with backlogs, where the cases will never be dealt with?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I should say that also URA benefits from stay of execution, by the way. It is not only the taxpayers. Yes, Ian, your parting shots.
Mine are very simple. One, when the commissioner sends her people to your door, please make sure you get a tax accountant and a tax lawyer. They have to be working hand in hand. Okay? They have to move together. Those two have to move together always, because tax is law, then numbers fit into that law. If you don't have a lawyer and a tax accountant, you're really chasing the wind. But last and definitely the least is, the case law has shifted the ground. Let us not stop the habit of challenging these positions, because when you challenge the position, you get a better law. We've seen the law of EBITDA changing. 3 cases, Aponye, Techno 3 and More Oil, has changed that landscape. And those have happened in the last probably 2.5 years. So if we don't challenge these provisions, the law remains as it is. And who suffers? I think the grass.
Thank you, Ian. Winnie, your parting shots, please.
Thank you, Ian, for that. I think I can't overemphasize the importance of a tax lawyer in your transactions, because tax has become very complex from a legal perspective. And one of the things that we also want to encourage people to explore, taxpayers, is the East Africa Court of Justice, where either of the partnering states imposes non-trade and tariff barriers. And an example is what we have seen in the Kenyan Finance Bill, where there is a proposed excise duty rate on imported furniture from East Africa. So that is a tariff barrier where we are operating as one customs community, and such matters are litigated at the East Africa Court of Justice in Arusha. So if you're affected by any of the proposals across the region that will impose unfair trade and tariff barriers, then you can speak to Ian or ourselves, and we'll be happy to support you at the EACJ.
Thank you, team. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for listening, and we appreciate your time. Yes, I will hand over to Mr. MC.
Do we have a photographer? It's important for you to work for your balance. Okay, can each one of you stand up? Stretch in a manner that does not affect your neighbor. Stretch in a manner that does not affect your neighbor. If you want to go east, go east. If you want to go west, go west. I'm seeing some of you not stretching at all. You know, at least to wiggle, try to wiggle around. Try to wiggle around. You know. Give a handshake to your neighbor and tell them, are you feeling the heat? Yeah. Then we can take our seats now. I want to guarantee you that as the organizers, SM and Co, together with BDO, we have no plans of giving you lunch. And so meaning that in the next 30 minutes, we have to be here. Now we have left. So it's intentional that our next panel you use exactly 25 minutes and not beyond. So that if you go beyond, you will be liable to the lunch segment. Now, our partner from Kenya, Mrs. Wangoi, I think your parting shot was very good. But this business of telling us to come to the East African Court of Justice is not the immediate example. In the short term, what is expected is two things: intermarriages or rural urban migration. Because the moment we have those two, the landscape will change quickly. The courts won't have a lot of work. You just imagine if we intermarry and we have half Ugandans, half Kenyans, but you know the blood is more of Kenyans. There are a lot of things we can solve quickly within just a short period of time. I want to recognize the arrival and presence of Professor Samuel Sejaka. So thank you very much for joining us. It's always an honor to have you here. Professor Samuel Sejaka is a very humble man. He doesn't want to be recognized. And I don't understand how possible that is. Because me, I just did a master's. It almost took my life. Now, the day I become a professor, first of all, I can't sit. One table is not enough. And secondly, whether I have come in late or I've come early, I have to send a piece of paper with all my titles, Professor, SCCA. You see, like Kenneth, with all his titles, he has FCCA. With all the books you have suffered with, they have to appreciate you. So, Professor, I recognize you because masters had taken my life. And I said, why am I suffering? So my highest level of education, masters, I will never come again. So ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot that has been said, which I don't want to repeat. But with my colleague there, we were discussing that as we are increasing the tax on the fuel, Kenya has halved its VAT from 16% to 8% on fuel. Then I said, I think it's important that me and my family, we shift and start staying in Busia, because it will be affordable to go and put fuel in Busia, cross over, then come back. Because the cost of fuel here in Uganda, about a week ago I was in Mbarara and the liter was for 7,300. But that definitely has a lot of impact to the day-to-day of doing business. Without any further ado, we have agreed with our next moderator to use exactly 25 minutes. And then we should be able to close the session, award our panelists, and be able to close the breakfast meeting. Allow me to invite an advocate of the High Court, a tax lawyer with BDO, Mr. Noah Opendeni. Please come. People, I don't know if when you are an advocate of the High Court, you're not a big person. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, colleagues. It's always a big challenge to speak after a formidable panel, such as the one that Mr. Kule moderated, has spoken. But we have prepared an equally formidable panel to further elaborate on the discussions that the previous panel has taken up. My name is Noah Opendeni, and this panel shall be focusing on the tax implications of the amendments on the taxpayers. As the Commissioner stated, we have a theme, the shifting ground, how tax rules are being rewritten. Now we want to hear from the people who are playing on that ground, on that shifting ground. How is the tax amendments affecting them? So let me welcome my panel, Dr. Ezra Muhumuza Rubanda. He's an executive director of the Uganda Manufacturers Association, an umbrella body of the manufacturing companies in Uganda. Thank you. We are also joined by Mr. Julius Chaze, the executive director of Live 54. We also have Mr. Timothy Arinaitwe, the Associate Director of Finance for our gracious host, Apollo Hotel. And they always say you save the best for last. We have Mrs. Theona Natukunda, the CFO from Cairo Bank Limited. In the interest of time, I believe there is so much wealth of experience that the panel possesses, and we are grateful to have you here today to discuss on this very important topic. But I want us to dive straight into it, how the tax amendments are affecting you in your respective businesses, in your respective sectors. Dr. Ezra, I'll start with you.
Why?
I don't want to give the reason. We shall discuss after.
I think he knows that I'm the most affected and the most angry. Go ahead.
I didn't want to say that in the presence of our commissioner. Jet hinted on it. Excise duty. There are quite a number of increments therein that touch key inputs in your sector. Plastics, fuel. Plastics in the sense of packaging, in the sense of sometimes it is the final product, and fuel in terms of transportation. How is this affecting your association, your members, and how will it impact the broader economy?
Thank you very much. I'll pick it from the point of the theme, the shifting ground. We tend to mimic our mind that the shifting of ground is happening with this new year we are in for the budget we are preparing for. No, the shifting has been there, and it is unfortunately shifting to the worst. What do I mean? If you want to understand what we call fiscal policy, because whatever we are discussing here is in the space of fiscal policy. When I was coming in, how many of us do have a coin? I know it's not to abuse, but I borrowed a coin when I was coming in here. This coin, Mr. Moderator, has got two sides. The one is, for one side there is a cow. Then the other side there is a Uganda emblem. Now when you want to understand fiscal policy, it has majorly those two areas. The first one is how revenue come into the play. The second is how revenue is allocated, and this allocation is effectively utilized for the purposes it is supposed to serve. Now, I wanted to dodge coming here to discuss fiscal policy matters because I looked at it being mimicked only to speak about tax. Now, the shifting ground has been that we have continued to look at one aspect of the coin, tax, tax, tax. But the real burden is the other side of the coin. So, I told Jet, if you allow that I'm going to discuss a little bit of the other side, I will come. But when I came here, they said 2 minutes. Let me leave the other side. You invite me if you want us to discuss it. Now, the tax issues that we are facing from the manufacturer's point of view is that we are at a crossroad. We are building an economy and we are majorly basing ourselves on tax policy. Tax policy is not a growth tool, unfortunately. Growth comes from two policies: investment policy and industrial policy, especially for a developing country. The reason is tax policy is majorly focused in the consumer market. Then the other two policies, investment policy and industrial policy, they look at the productive sector. For instance, these two are conflicting each other, and the current debate that we have in this economy is that we have two blocks. There are those who believe that for you to maintain an economy, squeeze the economy and get money to maintain a government that looks after the economy. Thank you. Very good narrative. Then there is this other side that says, build the economy, it will produce money that the tax person will, because if you had clearly my sister from URA, and they are still insisting, developing arguments that you must pay 30% for you to get justice, which is under natural principles of natural justice, that to be listened to, first go to a bank, borrow 30% of the money in the question, because you wonder, where is this 30% coming from? Go and deposit it, then come and we start kuhoza. Honestly, I can't even afford to come to court where the tribunal sits. You have closed my business, because by the time URA pushes you to this tribunal, it means your business is closed. Now you are running around. They say, go to a bank, get 30% equivalent, deposit it, then you come and we talk. How long does it take you? In the tribunal court? More than 6 months. But this man of the bank, this lady of the bank, for her she calculates per month. Where is the interest coming from? Now, the challenge that we have with our tax policy is that it assumes that money is divine. It has fallen from somewhere. It does not look into how money comes to be taxed. So, the controversy between the growth policies and current tax policy is in 4 areas. Number 1, the current tax regime assumes that this market we call Uganda market is a union, is a market of its own. But for us, we are saying no. If you hear anyone talk about Uganda as a market, just tell them they got it wrong. We are talking East African market. Number 2, for us where we sit as manufacturers, for we are looking at rural development, because that's where our market is. For your information, Mr. Moderator, all these people to us, they are poor. Yes, what are these people doing? What do they consume? You count, these are people who go to these supermarkets and they shop Kavera, and that's what they do. Our real market as producers is in the rural economy, because that's where productivity takes place. Now, we want to go there, but you are telling us don't go. The current tax policy is hampering us in 2 ways. 1, who collects taxes? Central government, isn't it? But who is supposed to look after us when we go into rural economy? The local government, but they are not given a chance to touch money. So how do you expect these people to listen to us industrialists and allocate us spaces to establish industries? Now, instead, when we go down there as industrialists, they start to concoct local revenue levies, which to us is a distortion. The tax regime assumed that they are not important. We are suffering. Then we are saying, allow us to get money from outside, and we invest into the rural economy by diversifying industries from Namave, and we take them to all where these people are born. Because that's where raw material is. And you are telling us there is money in UDB. How many of us here has ever gotten money from UDB? Hello? Now, they are not here. I don't have them in the industries now. But what I have are people who are borrowing money, cheap money from outside. But when the money comes, before we get this money, international practice requires that the money you are given is determined or dependent on the credit rating of the country you come from. As a country, Uganda, Mr. Moderator, we are ranked at C+. But that is when banks are giving money to who? To the government. Within the country, companies get it at C, rated C+. Now, companies, it means industrialists or industries are competing with banks. Banks rate at C- because for them they lend money on short term. Industries borrow money for long term. It means the risk is higher. We fall below C. Now, when we try to do all the odds and we convince people to give us this little money, and it reaches here and you say, oh, for them to take back their money, make sure 5% is withheld. Hello? Are you now diversifying the economy? Are you allowing us to reach out there? The third point of contention, where current tax policy is disagreeing with growth, is that this country is full of informality. And no one should claim that they don't know. But because the people who sit at URA are very good at convincing policymakers, tax policymakers, we have a very few people who are paying tax. And do you know the excuse they have given? That it is very costly. Now, for us, we have analyzed and asked, how do the church people get money? They get money from the same us in the villages. Do you know how rich churches are? How do these burial circles of burying people, how do they get money? But because our tax administrators seem not to want to touch where it is costly, they want their collars to continue being white. They have created a narrative that collecting tax from the informal sector is not possible. It is possible. And I want to say it is possible. Because look at this, where us, how do we get money from there that you want to tax? That's the producers. We have bought lorries, we pack our things, go to the villages, sell from there. You come and we pay you tax. But for you, you don't want to go there. Then what is the role of local government that is there? Allow them to collect taxes. So that's why we are saying the current tax policy is shifting ground to the worst. Plastic. You asked me about plastic.
Thank you for that.
Can I use 2 minutes to finish on plastic?
Thank you for that submission
Now,
on
yes.
the fiscal policy and the tax policy in Uganda. As we come back to the plastics, you raised an important point that I want to pick up on from Madam Theona Natkunda. The new proposed withholding tax on foreign sourced loans. It's a development that is coming up in the financial space. What do you see are the potential impacts for you, the financial institution, especially where you're also engaged in forms of syndicate funding, syndicate loans, and for the customer, what is the net effect for them?
Thank you. I'll actually allude to what the previous person mentioned. When you look at most banks in Uganda, we actually have a group structure where there is support in respect to the syndicate loans you've mentioned. We do subordinated debts. So at the end of the day, if the interest that is coming out is actually being taxed, to me, I'll still put out my cry that this is really tax deepening, because we've already had enough taxes that are really incurring to the financial sector. And to me, it has a very big impact on our margins as banks. And when I talk about commercial banks, the margins that we are talking about are already stressed with the capital requirements that are required from us by the central bank. With the cost of credit, the risk of credit is really so high. So at the end of the day, these are impacting us in one way or the other, but definitely the bottom line, which we are looking at. Because we are working for our shareholders. At the end of the day, we need a return. But here is the issue, which I'll speak to the manufacturer's person. As this comes out, unfortunately, this will actually, as banks usually, you see how to actually break even at the end of the day. So either we are going to make sure that that tax is shared between us and the borrower, or you will find maybe the banks are trying to marginalize on how they can get better margins through other spreads. But at the end of the day, to me, I see the borrower suffering this impact, because usually it is unfortunately spread over to the borrower. So still, and we have manufacturers as our big, borrowers. So at the end of the day, you'll find we are actually revising our effective rates, which will affect them. So to me, this is tax deepening more than tax widening. Thank you.
Thank you, Theona. I think that also still builds onto the submission of Dr. Ezra, the fiscal policy against the tax policy.
Yes.
Uganda being a net importer of capital. Mr. Julius, I think when the MC asked how many of you can pick your tax and take it to URA, he was asking around your sector, because we have seen an introduction of a withholding tax obligation on public entertainers. What what are your views on this?
Where's the MC gone? Because I think this captures him.
That's true. So the law as it has been passed by Parliament right now defines a public entertainer, and from a reading it's quite broad. Your company and the other entities you have interest in have activities across the value chain of entertainment. How does this impact your sector?
Well, the changes are here, but I think we have a role, even as industry leaders. Let's say with one of our businesses at Swangs Avenue, we have a role not just to educate the public on what we do, but also the policymakers. I don't think you're going to hear any of us who runs a structured creative enterprise fighting the tax, because we know you can't evade it for long. It will come either way. But what we need to, the conversation we need to have with government is taxing informality is okay, but it shouldn't just be about taxing informality. I think we cannot separate the two conversations on growth policy, like Dr. Ezra mentioned. I feel like URA is all the policies that have been put up are the true definition of lazy taxation. So the question that they've been asking, or the question that they ask, is these guys are starting to make money. They are making so much. We're seeing them in the news, we're seeing them in New York, we're seeing them on the Grammys, we're seeing them all over, and there's money to be collected. That's not the question that should be asked. The question should be asked, okay, we've seen movement and traction in this industry. How can we grow it to collect more tomorrow? And for you to answer that question, then you have to first understand who it affects. Who does the policy affect? So everyone talks about the entertainment industry, musicians. They think musicians. When I was introduced, he dropped the name Winnie Nwaji. But the sector is bigger than that. The sector is dancers, it's chefs, it's people like you, it's lawyers. Like our industry struggles to even have professionals like you to come and help us on issues, on contracts, multinational contracts we're negotiating, on loyalty contracts that we're discussing. So first we need to understand, before we place the obligation of tax, because withholding tax now, the obligation is going to be on who hires the entertainers. But now when we know who are the entertainers are, or who's affected on that, and having clarity on what the industry is. Our industry is not the entertainment industry. Our industry, we call it the reward industry. Similar to how church runs, I call it the hope industry. Church will sell hope. We sell joy. We sell rewards. Imagine a country, and this is how we need to start seeing the entertainment industry. Imagine a country that doesn't have people who rest, who recharge, who take a break from work. That's how important what we do is. And it's not just entertainment. It's the people that supply the food at these venues and all that. So this bill will bring you a couple of risks. There are things that we know. What we're going to see is the cost of doing events is going to go up, including your weddings and your introductions. Because the cost of hiring entertainers is going to go up. Then you'll be forced with a decision if you're making an event. Do I need Elijah Chitaka at my event? It's become too expensive. Simply because Elijah is not willing to take the deduction of the hit on taxes. So the promoter will take the hit, then it will show up in the final ticket. So that's one. Two, what is likely to happen after you make those decisions? You might stop hiring Chitaka or Winnie Nwaji or any of my artists. But then you've killed that industry. So then they're out of work. The same people you say you want to help solve for. A country with young people that are not creating and entertaining, it becomes, you're stuck with a bunch of redundant young people that are asking questions. And you're lecturing to them, they're not listening. And that's what will happen. So the key other risk that the government runs, or the policy that runs, is our industry is going to go underground further. People are going to find ways to hide costs, not to declare these payments. You guys are going to find ways to hire musicians without, if they are going to ask you for IFRIS, you might just pass that opportunity. But the ones that will suffer the most are the ones that then government thinks is helping. By trying to widen the tax base, you're trying to employ as many people as possible. So which means you're trying to get as many young people in our sector, which is people cooking food, people styling hair. When you're going for a show, you're going to shop for something, you're going to do your hair. It's a huge industry. So those small players that we think the policy is helping is actually going to hurt them because only a company like Swanks might then be able to say, hire or absorb the requirements required by the law or declare the taxes or pay people. The small musician, the guy who's coming out, the music writer, the filmmaker, the hairdresser, they'll be hurt by the policy.
Thank you, Julius, for that profound submission. I think we understand that the provision of the law may have ripple effects beyond just the entertainers as we see them. Thank you. Timothy, you may have a happy submission. From the amendments, we see that the hotel industry has become the beneficiary of two incentives under the income tax and now under the VAT. Do you feel that the wording of the law is sufficient? Does it meet your standards? And is the hotel industry ready to take up this benefit?
Thank you so much. Before we move to the hotel industry, I can clarify that even in the entertainment industry, the ripple effect comes on to us because literally right now everyone is withholding tax agent. You leave alone the list that was set. Everyone now is an agent, so we all have to take that on. Moving on to what has come to us, to the hospitality. Of course, like you said, it is very welcome. We appreciate. And I think that the deeper question is it enough? Or is it the best that can be done for the industry? We know that Uganda is running so much on tourism for the inflows, and that is where the hospitality industry comes in. The local investors were given $5 million as a threshold. That's about 18.7 billion Ugandan shillings. I think if you read the dailies for today, you know that small $1 million can cause havoc in the whole nation. But when we come to investment within the hospitality industry, how many people actually have that money, that $1 million? Sheraton is a 5-star hotel. The investment is quite huge if you're to put up an investment like that. But what we need more in the sector, in the industry, are those small eco-lodges across the country, because we know that Uganda is a blessed nation. We have very many tourist attractions, and there are many investors that are willing to put up small eco-lodges, small safari circuits across the country, and these only need $1 to $3 million. So these are going to miss out on this threshold under the exemption from the tax. So you'll find an investor that has invested more than 5 or 10 million actually reaping so much from the many investors who have invested small monies within the sector. I think when we were lobbying for this, as well as Uganda Hotel Owners Association, we pushed for this to be brought back to $1.5 million, but also more the geographical sector. We have to consider the geography within the country, especially in the rural areas. Of course, setting up a facility within the town areas is definitely a different cost than across the country. So we had pushed for 500,000, but that was turned down by the parliament. So, but we respect that. And what we can say is that I think we can do more to boost our cash cow in the country. Yeah.
Thank you, Timothy, for that submission. I notice our time is fast spent, and we are just starting to get a feel of how the ground is shifting underneath the businesses. I want to give an opportunity to our panelists in a minute to, by way of a parting shot, where do you feel the tax amendments have been lacking? What could have been done more? We can start with Julius.
First, I think the URA itself, in terms of, if you're coming for a sector like mine, which is the reward sector or the celebration sector, how you teach us to comply cannot be the same way you teach, say, the manufacturers. Like I know URA has engagements within our sector. I've asked some of my peers in the industry, and no one has been engaged. So no one was engaged on policy development. No one was engaged on the education. Even the planned education is planned in halls like this. My industry is sleeping. It's the night economy. They are not awake. But you find they are doing workshops in hotel rooms at 10 p.m. You know, people that run the daytime economy want to manage the night economy. Find people that are willing to work at night and work with them. Then simplify the compliance systems. Don't complicate it. You guys are too educated. In this room, I'm the only one with white shoes. And people might be thinking, what's wrong with this guy? White shoes on a Tuesday? Yes. White shoes on a Tuesday. That's how we roll sometimes. Yeah. So we need to simplify. We cannot all speak the same language. So please consult us, work with us. We might actually help you collect better. Instead of, because lately we feel the compliant, the few small businesses that are compliant in the creative industry, we feel punished for compliance. Like right now, we have like 4 matters with URA that don't even make sense. Because someone is chasing targets and just gave you some crazy assessment, and like you actually not helping this country. The only entities that are tax compliant, you've taken all our resources, our teams, at a time when we're trying to also consolidate some growth and get some business. We're spending time with you guys running around the corridors, going through documents that don't make sense. Like, so we need to find a way. Bring us in, let us help you collect more.
Thank you, Julius. Dr. Ezra.
I think what is needed more is for our policy makers, especially tax policy makers, to really get grounded with research, facts and figures, especially beyond the amount of money collected, to look into the implication. Mr. Moderator, as I conclude, I was supposed to speak about plastic, but I will not. Let me pose questions for this audience. When did you last go to your village to bury a person that has died of typhoid or any other water-related waterborne disease? Is it because we pray so much that these diseases have gone away? When did you go to your school, to the school of your son or daughter, to pick them, and when you pass a medical center, they say, this child is malnourished? When? People who are above maybe 30, these are cases that used to be there. The essence is, the point I am making is that plastic has been demonized generally across the globe, and stupidly, some of us developing countries, we have jumped onto the bandwagon to demonize it. Packaging for food in Uganda cannot be done without plastic. Take it or leave it. 2, if we want to really appreciate this fact, I'm going again to pose a question. Why is it that under this tax regime, we are seeing an increasing rate of industrialists shifting, investors shifting from this country to other countries. Why is it under this regime, tax regime, not political regime, cameraman, be careful, we are seeing a lot of cross-border smuggling, yet as East Africa, we are under the same CET, Common External Tariff. So we pose the question, where are these things being smuggled into this country? Where are they coming from? Then it will tell you that there is a lot more that needs to be interrogated in our tax regime. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ezra. Timothy.
Yeah, thank you. Like you mentioned, the changes are welcome in the hospitality industry. And you know, one thing I've seen with Ugandans is when they give you something free, you want to run and get it. Yeah, I think we all know the Paka Last bundles and all that. So even when we have this this law that is giving us, setting us foothold into the industry, many people are going to run to take it up, to get those tax waivers. And definitely people without the funds will run to our sister, Thiona, from the banks. Yeah, the banks have the money, but now there is that cap that now you can't go outside because it will be more costly. So we'll definitely try to find a way of catching the vision and running with it. I actually want to thank Dr. Muhumuza Fred for recognizing Sheraton when during his speech from the president, and I remember he had asked for coffee. I'll give you a branch on that matter. Yeah, but we welcome the sentiments. Maybe the other thing was about the payee. It's not enough because there's a ripple effect in terms, because when you're in industry, you'll have employees. I think all of us here have tax-free money of 235,000. This money in 2012 could put in fuel to my car to Kabale and come back to Masaka, near Masaka. But right now, even with an increment to 335, it will just reach me, take to Kabale and come back to around Mbarara. That means, yes, there is an increment, but it's not enough. So I'm sure we can do better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Timothy. Thiona, we'll end with you.
My parting shots will be in respect to the financial sector, especially Tier 1 commercial banks. To me, most of the proposed amendments, and even those that are in pipeline, because there is still a discussion under interest from government securities, which is really also a very pinning issue to commercial banks. I believe most people here who may be from banks, they really are aware of what we are going through. But to me, on URA, if I may mention to the commissioner, the financial sector is under distress. I can confirm this. We are really under distress. We are being targeted from all corners. And I will still speak to what Doctor has mentioned. At the end of the day, I don't know whether we are looking at the futuristic position of all these amendments, but at the end of the day, when you look at the sector, we have so many banks that are, foreign owned. So I believe we are threatening the investor in the long run. He mentioned some are actually, running away, but in the long run, I believe this will have a very big ripple effect. So it's high time we looked into all these tax amendments that are happening. Honestly, the targets are left, right, and center, and somehow we are suffocated. And that means suffocating the economy, because sometimes when we are suffocated, we also tend to lower that too. The burden, we lower it to the consumer, the people who are taking loans. You find us changing rates to be able to have a margin on our operations. So to me, I still speak to this tax deepening is really eating us up. Thank you.
Thank you, Thiona. Can we join hands to clap for the panelists? I think they have given us a deeper appreciation of what it means, what these amendments mean for the businesses out there. We are not having discussions in the abstract or in a vacuum. We know the real-time implication of these tax amendments. I will hand it over back to the MC, and thank you.
Can we appreciate the panel once more? Now we have 5 minutes to close this, and every panelist, the organizers, SM & Co, together with BDO, have been kind enough to prepare a plaque for you. So please be kind enough to wait up these 5 minutes so that we can be able to hand these over. You will agree with me that this panel has been very emotional and passionate. Do you agree? And previous really have been talking about policy generally, if you don't do this. But now if it is you who is really going to pay, and they say you have 5 minutes, you almost want to say, 5 minutes is not enough, because I have just started and you are telling me to do what? To stop. But I like that all of us in the room are aware of the environment within which we operate. I was at the back and I had a comment that says that I am talking about the tax regime and not the political what? Regime, which was very, very important. Commissioner, if there's anything you should remember, because a lot has been said, remember the voices of the people. That man in a white shoe, his pain is similar to all of the Ugandans. And the lady that was standing there, seated at the farthest, I didn't get the name, Fiona. Where was she working from? Cairo Bank. I heard her speak, and you may think that she's the founder of Cairo Bank. Where is Fiona? Eh? Please stand up. Give her a clap. Give her a clap. You can take your seat. You saw her speaking as if it was a family matter. As if it was a family business going down. We are suffering there, eating us up. So, Commissioner, if there's anything on a serious note that we should rethink, and I've been quite involved for about the last 5 years, quite involved in these tax breakfast meetings. There's not a day I've come and you are saying we are reducing here. If you have been in the last 5 years where you have seen we have reduced here, put up your hand. To the extent that one time, Commissioner, there was one, I think that one, it was stopped at parliament level. You wanted to tax our TVs. TV? Anyway, we were going to stop buying them. Then you tax nothing. Because what do you mean? You know. But Fiona, I see you have a neighbor who's seated next to you. Let her first stand up. That one, yes. Hello. How are you? What's your name? Who? Leona. Fiona. Leona. This is your mother? Very good. You are studying? Which class? Yeah, continue. The things we are talking about now, you can't understand them. We have one final thing to do. Ladies and gentlemen, we have someone online to share with us the East African perspective in 5 minutes, and we can close this. Thank you very much.
Pleased to be with you today. I wish I would have come there physically to be in attendance, but I'll just give a brief highlight of the key issues that are taking place in the tax world across the region, so that you can have a better perspective as to what is going on in the region and what are the critical issues, especially for business managers and CFOs, CEOs, business owners, the key trends that are taking place and how it's likely to affect your business. I've tried to summarize across the entire region just the important points, and I'll go straight to it. I'll take as short a time as possible. So if you look at it really, what is happening in tax administration, there is going to be a change in the region. Kenya already for 3 years running has been experiencing this change. What you are currently been accustomed to is a situation where Revenue Authority, URA, or any other revenue authority in the region comes after a few years, within 5 years normally, and conducts an audit. Or if there is a special issue, they can conduct a compliance review or an investigation or a post-clearance audit. The normal way where they come and they review documents after business has taken place for several years, and then you have the tax officer knocking at your door. But there is a shift which is taking place in legislation and in administration of tax as implemented by these revenue authorities, which is the continuous review. They are constantly looking at the data which is being fed into the system and analyzing that data. And there is a prompt that comes, letters are coming, reconciliation issues, input VAT being disallowed, assessments being raised on a more real-time basis. So we are moving towards periodic reviews into a more real-time or tax reviews where the information that is fed by your company or the information that is fed by other parties, be it clearing agents or suppliers of services, suppliers of goods, this information is being coalesced into the system and is being analyzed. Now, what's driving this really? The key point driving this move, the primary one, is to raise additional taxes. Revenue authorities want to raise additional taxes, and this is driven by huge budgets that are constantly ballooning, and the governments that we have in the region are experiencing a situation where the donor funds or funds that were being utilized by these countries to support the budget is now dwindling, and it is likely actually to dwindle further. Of course, there is also the issue of data and the AI and the pressure that is being placed on these countries by institutions like IMF to increase tax collections or to increase the use of technology to garner more taxes. So this is really the lay of the land. That particular trend, you'll see it in many legislations across the region, but this is really what it comes to. All these declarations, VAT, customs, payroll information, bank data, transfer pricing disclosures, e-invoicing, all this is being captured and they can trigger an audit on a company. So the information that you generate, put into your system, or the information that other people that you do business with, your suppliers, your customers, your service providers, is putting or populating into the system, is likely to be an issue that can put the business into an issue or even into a problem. So there is a real need for data governance to be more serious in regard to taxes. So if you really look at the key issues across the countries, Kenya is really leading. So things like e-invoicing, it's happening across the entire region, the key countries that we have in this East African region: Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and even DRC. So e-invoicing is an issue that is expanding. The VAT ecosystem being scrutinized more keenly is something that is likely to affect businesses across the region. In Uganda, it's going to be increasing. In Kenya, is already a serious issue. Transfer pricing and international tax forecast is also another area that revenue authorities are focusing on. So you will see significant changes in legislation over the past 5 years, especially to incorporate and onboard the trends that are happening internationally for local legislation. Digital taxes and tax systems and data-led enforcements. These are the broader trends that someone who is running a business needs to be prepared for. You have to be sure that you're managing information properly, you're managing risks that may be arising from that information or the ecosystem correctly, you're undertaking regular work to ensure that you are really just on the straight and narrow, because really now the information is out there and is being analyzed, and it can be used to put the company into issues. Now, there are other more aggressive areas, especially in terms of the scope of audits, because data is now a regular thing. But in terms of high value audits and assessments that have gone, or some have gone to the public limelight, many multinational companies have faced this. Very aggressive audits have taken place. Many companies have had to bear the brunt or feel the pinch of this. So we'll start with the issue of the VAT invoices. In Kenya, there is a disallowing of input VAT if there is a mismatch between what is declared by a supplier and what is declared by a purchaser over a period of time. The system just captures that inconsistency, and it leads to either disallowance of input or a raising of an assessment, and that is something that is also coming into Uganda. Now, there is the issue of missing traders. In Uganda, it's not yet a big deal. In Kenya, it is a big deal. Missing trader, in that an entity that issues invoices which are fake or which are considered to be questionable, or an entity that is doing business that is constantly paying little tax or paying no tax for a significant period of time, it is then regarded as a missing trader. And then all the people who do business with it can be placed on an invoicing freeze, which in Kenya we call special table. So these are issues that are coming. Transfer pricing, things like management fees, permanent establishment risk, and place of effective management. These are international tax issues. Customs valuations, digital tax issues and digital economic issues, intercompany loans, legacy issues. So these are things that have driven high value tax assessments in Kenya, and you just need to be ready for them. Of course, different industries face different concerns. Some face, like for example, telecoms face more in terms of transfer pricing, digital taxes, international taxes. Manufacturing entities is more VAT, customs, the issues of how to handle incentives. This is a key thing. And other sectors, very important is the issue of donor-funded projects. There has been a significant scrutiny of those incentives and whether they were qualified for, whether paperwork was properly prepared. All these are the issues that really are facing different businesses, different sectors. We prepared this presentation, the detailed document to it, which is going to be shared, so you can see if you have a problem or a risk in a particular issue. You can reach out to us, and we are well experienced to support to manage those particular items. Now, it is important to note that when these risks arise, when the assessments crystallize and it is difficult to defend your position, they will affect the enterprise value, the valuation of the business, the valuation of that particular business. If you are looking at exit from that business, if you're looking at obtaining or capital or debt, this is going to be affected, and all this will really come into scope. So for those who are looking at the wealth in the business, this is really now also being affected. There are things that can be done to mitigate these trends, and we are just going to pick on some of the key issues. One, you need to really have tax in scope to really know what is really happening in your business from a tax perspective. Are you compliant? Have you reconciled the information that you have with the one which URA has or which the Revenue Authority has? What is the invoicing system that you have put in place? Is it sufficient? Does it have the integrity that can meet the standard of test? Do you have transfer pricing policy documentation and other documentation relevant for international tax, for example, country by country reporting, master file? Do you have these ones in place? How do you integrate your ERP with the tax function? Are you prepared for audits? Do you conduct regular tax health checks, probably once a year, to just confirm that you are really going on okay? Do you integrate the tax concerns with other departments that are important? Procurement, legal, all this IT. Do you consider what exposure you are getting from IT, for example, in regard to withholding tax? How do you scrutinize the suppliers that you work with? Are their non-compliance likely to affect your business? How do you manage dispute in the event that it arises? How do you prepare for an audit? So these are things that business managers need to be prepared for. And they are really the broader issues that are now affecting business. Otherwise, these are the key points that I had for you today. Thank you very much for your time.
Can each one of you congratulate your neighbor for staying up to now? Can we also give the online presenter a big clap for a job well done? Someone coordinating Steve, tell Steve that in Uganda it's 10 minutes to lunch and we don't have budget for lunch. So unfortunately he can't go on. Unless he has...
am I audible?
Yes, Steve.
Have you gotten the key message from my presentation?
Yes, we saw the key message and we also saw the word thank you very much. That's why people clapped.
Okay. So the key message is in the region we are seeing a trend where revenue authorities are influencing policy legislation changes to tighten their grip on data and how they can ensure enforcement of tax compliance in reliance of that particular data. And the data is now being coalesced a bigger ecosystem, not just from within the business, but also the suppliers, also the customers, and other service providers like clearing agents. So this is something that business needs to be prepared for, to conduct regular scrutiny of the data that you have vis-a-vis what the Revenue Authority has and what exposure you face in that figure and how you can mitigate it. This is the key trend in legislation. Of course, there are also other issues like digital taxes and international tax components that are now becoming significant and are driving major assessments that have faced some companies, especially large companies.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Steve. Commissioner, I think you have seen that table. I was seeing what is happening in different countries. They were saying moderate, low. For Uganda, they were saying increasing, growing, emerging, very aggressive. I don't know if that's a good message to take home, but this is what our neighbors are seeing, and we can really take this as food for thought. Now I'm going to request our tech team to share with us our first QR code, which has the business that our hosts, SM & Co, together with BDO, that are put together. I want us to relay that QR code so that we can scan, and then the second QR code, the first one, will have the business that we have discussed, the tax bills that we've discussed this morning, and sort of given also the insights, and the second one will be about the photos. Please share the QR code. So as that is happening, I will all right, this is when I expect to see a number of phones flying. Some phones, by the view of your camera, they may fail to scan. But that's not my problem. That's the problem that you try to figure out why it has failed to scan. Let's appreciate our partners, BDO and SM & Co, for putting this together. Let's give them a big clap. I need to see that we have scanned. iPhone to iPhone neighbors, you can airdrop this business to yourselves. Infinix to Techno, infrared, and Bluetooth. Yeah. I saw someone who has an Alcatel, and I wanted to understand how they got it. Okay, so let's have the second one. The second one is for the photos that we've had being taken this morning and this afternoon. And this is purely for your professional use and post where you must post. But most importantly, we need to take the conversation outside this room using these images, and it's important that we have the hashtag for BDO and SM & Co to make sure that the conversation moves beyond the commissioner, beyond the Ministry of Finance, and up to the President's office. Commissioner, our prayer is that the moment we post, you go and like and follow with a statement. But as you comment, make sure that your job is protected. Don't over-comment. Yeah, people are annoyed. No. Comment moderately. And now allow me to invite our first presenter who did justice to the topic and has always done. I want to invite Noah, the managing partner, SM & Co, to come to the floor. I invite Ian. Okay. Ian, now you are managing partner. Ian, please come, and you'll do the honors of appreciating Dr. Fred Muhumuza for a job well done. People, our clapping for Dr. Fred is not enough. Thank you very much. Ian, I think you have gone back very fast. When I look here, you are still giving. Can I now invite Timothy Arinaitwe to also come and receive the plaque? Let's appreciate these people with a clap. Yeah, Ian now. Let's clap for Ian. Ian now. You. So now from BDO, allow me invite Anna. Anna, you're going to be appreciating Natukunda for a job well done. I see the person coming to appreciate coming. That one to be appreciated. Hey, it's Fiona, the very passionate one. Okay. Very good. Let's appreciate. Thank you very much. Now, to appreciate Mr. Julius Chaze, I want to invite a partner at SM&Co in Alex Akabayo to come and appreciate. It's just that the topic has been emotional. Otherwise, Julius, you are going to sing for us. Because you have not come with the people who you are supposed to come with. Next time we invite you, we also expect you to come with at least Nwaji, or you come with the, some of the musicians that we know. The problem with the commissioner that now, after that, the commissioner can say, that's now a performance. And then they expect that in the tax return it is there. It's difficult to operate in Uganda, but Commissioner, I want to guarantee you that we shall not leave the country. Yeah, we shall stay here. So our next group of people that we are going to appreciate is Dr. Ezra Muhumuza. Please come to the stage, and I want to invite Nicholas, a partner at BDO, to come and appreciate you. Nicholas Mushabenta. Okay. So Nicholas, stay there. I've been told that Dr. Ezra has moved. Let me invite Mr. Timothy Arinaitwe. They've already. Okay. Nicholas, I'm finding for you who to award. The list is seemingly I'm about to end. Let me see the plaque there, because my list seems to be ending. Okay. Yeah, award our partner all the way from Kenya. And this final one is, I want to invite Andrew from SM&Co to come and appreciate the commissioner. Commissioner, this award we give you because we have no choice. But in the real things of real things, would have just told you thank you very much for coming. Because the way the things are going, it's... You and I can agree that each one of us has played a critical role to make this a success, but we couldn't give each one a plaque. Can you exchange your right hand of friendship to your neighbor and tell them thank you for coming and thank you for staying? So now allow me invite just this two photos that are very, very important before we close. I want to first invite the team from BDO to come to have a photo, and then after we'll have one photo for SM and Co to commemorate this, but also for the dailies to have what they are going to use for their dailies. So let me first start with the team from BDO. I want to request the commissioner to come through, Dr. Fred Muhumuza to come. It's important that when you are doing internship, you don't stand in front of the managing partner. Thank you very much. The team from SM and Co. So thank you very much. Now, the rest of the staff can go. Now, senior partners, top exco. If you know you are BDO, senior partner, top. SM and Co, top. Wait. Emron is not in. The way Emron has been harassing me, you would think he's among this world really. That man has harassed me. Now I know who are the big men. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hope and pray that each one of you has left us with your email address. The team from SM&Co together with BDO will be sharing with you a detailed analysis of the tax bills together with the summaries and a snapshot of what it means for your business to quickly interpret and see how you further move forward. At this point in time, I want to request everyone to rise, and we have the anthems.
Utaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani.